Hi, welcome everybody. I'll give it a couple moments for the attendees to kind of flow in from opening the meeting. I think in the meantime, I'll remind all of our panelists and speakers today, if you could rename yourself in Zoom to include your utility or organization after your name to help keep us a little organized. You can do that with the more options 3-dot menu next to your name in the participants list.
Nathan, this is Tom Rolinski. Can you hear me?
Hi, Tom. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, welcome everyone. Again, we're waiting a couple moments for the number of attendees to level off after opening the meeting. All right. Good morning. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second day of the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety's public workshop to consider the large electrical corporations 2023 through 2025 base WMPs. I'm Nathan Poon, Wildfire Safety Analyst in the Electric Safety Policy Division, and I'll get us started with a few housekeeping items before turning to the objectives for the day. We'll open with a brief safety message. As this is a virtual meeting and everybody is participating remotely, please be aware of your surroundings and know the evacuation route out from your location. If you are alone in your space, please make sure someone is aware of your location in the event of an emergency. If you feel something, say something. You can use the chat function to message the panelist. I'll be monitoring that chat, or you can chat me separately. Lastly, please be mindful to stand up and move around through the day and use the planned breaks as opportunities to step away from your screen. As with yesterday, each of today's segments will begin with a brief presentation by the utilities, followed by questions and discussions from stakeholder panel, and followed by public Q&A. We look forward to hearing everybody's comments and questions during the Q&A segments. To ensure we have an orderly discussion, we will have the following best practices. Verbal questions will be prioritized. During the designated public Q&A segments, raise your hand on Zoom and wait to be called on. You'll be unmuted to ask your question and then will be muted again. To be unmuted, raise your hand again and wait in sequence. Energy Safety will be monitoring the Zoom written Q&A throughout the workshop. If you have any questions, you may type them in and we'll respond in writing to procedural questions, and we'll select questions to read out loud during the public Q&A. Not all written questions may be asked aloud depending on timing. As with yesterday, if a session closes with some open Q&A remaining, written Q&A remaining, we might ask the utility reps to, as best they can, type in the answers after the end of the session. Please keep questions on topic to the active panel. And lastly, all comments, both written and verbal, will be recorded and evaluated for consideration. On that note, please be aware that today's workshop is being recorded and will be posted to our website. We have a lot of presenters and panelists joining us today, and to help us understand the names and representation, a complete list of utility presenters and panelists will be shared for your reference during the discussions. And I think I figured out how to send the actual PDF file today, so instead of I'll send that PDF out. With that being said, remember to introduce yourself and your role before speaking. Next slide, please. Today is the second day of our two-day workshop. We'll be covering situational awareness and forecasting in the morning and risk assessment and mitigation selection strategy in the afternoon. Following the utilities presentation and panel discussion, there will be a short 10-minute break, followed by a 45-minute public Q&A. Lunch will be planned from noon to 1, and we'll have a full day adjourning at 3:40. Sarah Moore will be reprising her role as timekeeper and will help us stay on schedule by providing verbal 1-minute warnings. We will do our best to meet the panel timeframes. The breaks or timings of segments within each panel may shift based on the discussion and questions. Next slide, please. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our moderators for today. Emily Ginsberg, Senior Wildfire Safety Analyst in the Electric Safety Policy Division, will be moderating the session on situational awareness and forecasting. Luis Medina from Level 4 will be moderating risk assessment, mitigation selection strategy in the afternoon. With that, I'll turn it over to Emily to get us started on situational awareness and forecasting.
Thank you, Nathan, and good morning, everyone. I'm Emily Ginsberg, Senior Wildfire Safety Analyst with Energy Safety. I'll be moderating our first panel. Situational awareness and forecasting initiatives can reduce wildfire risk by creating awareness of ignitions in near real time, understanding the likelihood of utility ignitions based on the grid and asset conditions, and providing the ability to monitor temperature, wind, fuel conditions, and other factors. This is enabled through the use of cameras, weather stations, weather forecasting and modeling tools, grid monitoring sensors, fault indicators, and other monitoring technology. Also, utility fire potential indexes are an important modeling component in assessing risk, making PSPS decisions, enabling reclosers and fast trip settings, and assessing the types of work utilities can and can't do on high-risk days. So today, we're looking forward to hearing from each of the investor-owned utilities on how they plan to enhance their situational awareness and forecasting capabilities over the next 3-year cycle. We'll hear first from, excuse me, from SDG&E, represented by Chris Ahrens. Then we'll hear from SE, represented by Tom Malinsky. And then we'll have a presentation by PG&E, represented by Scott Strenfeld. These presentations will be followed by a panel discussion. The panel includes Jeff Fuentes and Stephen Bolmer of CAL FIRE and Jessica Block from the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. There will also be time for public Q&A for anyone who would like to ask a question. And with that, I'll turn it over to SDG&E.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, good morning. My name is Chris Ahrens, and I'm the Meteorology Manager at SDG&E. Before we get into our initiatives for 2023 and our partnerships with academia, I'd like to talk just kind of baseline discussion a little bit, talk about our WMP submission recap. We have 222 weather stations that report every 10 minutes, and that can be enabled to report every 30 seconds for wind gusts. We have 130 HD cameras, 43 of which are PTZ, pan-tilt zoom, and those video feeds are monitored by an AI smoke detection algorithm. We also installed 9 of 10 NDVI cameras recently, and 5 of 8 10-hour dead fuel moisture sensors, and 11 of 17 AQI sensors to measure real-time airborne PM 2.5. We also have a public-facing meteorology website, a mobile app, and an Alexa skill that all provide situational awareness. Next slide, please. My first slide is an FPI accuracy evaluation we did, looking back 4.5 years. We looked at the how it verified, how it validated, and I'm happy to say that actually the video is kind of covering it, but on the eastern districts of Mountain Empire, Ramona, which are the preponderance of our districts that are in the high fire threat district, we had an accuracy of 87%. We did find that there were some over predictions and under predictions of our FPI, but in general, the scores I thought were really remarkably good. The weather under prediction, we had 2 main sources: weather station choice for verification, and also the limitations in the FPI that doesn't account for soil moisture immediately after rainfall, and it really limits the fire potential before grass green up that can occur. And also the over prediction is most often due to planning for worst case scenarios that often don't verify. Next slide, please. All right, so the academic partnerships, we're going to start here with the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes. They're also, they are a subcomponent of Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and we are doing several different projects with them, one of which we started last year. It's a 200-member weather model sampling a greater distribution of possible forecast outcomes. It's approximately 210,000 CPU hours that are required to run this ensemble, and the output is a 7-day forecast that predicts the strength and probability of Santa Ana winds with great accuracy from what we've seen. So this is something we started last year, and this is something we're going to carry on this year and continue to evaluate. Since last year we had a lot of rain and not a lot of and no PSPS events. The second initiative we're doing with CW3E is actually looking at West Wharf deterministic forecast simulations at a astonishing 333 meter horizontal grid spacing, We're looking at 5 Santa Ana events from the past, and we're hoping that this simulation at this high resolution will help identify areas that are potentially for weather station installation, areas that have not shown on our weather models at the grid spacing we currently have to show that it is a windy area, but maybe we can find out this is a windier area with this higher resolution simulation. And finally, CW3E is going to develop a weather hazard summary product. This is a forecast and they're going to forecast, summarize potential weather hazards, including precipitation, wind speed, lightning, and icing. The deliverable is a daily weather hazard summary of impacts across the service territory. And we're going to run that from October through April. So it's going to cover Santa Ana season, and it's also going to cover the winter storms. Next slide, please. And we've been working with Wisconsin, the Space Science and Engineering Center, along with the San Diego Supercomputing Center, to really increase our situational awareness of ignitions on the landscape. Using the GOES 18 Advanced Baseline Imager, we detect fires on the landscape. The algorithm, the data is sent to Wisconsin. They run an algorithm that flags pixels with potential fire in those pixels, establishes a confidence rating based on fire radiative power, size, and temperature. And then SDSC takes the data back, and they send an email and text alert containing the time, the satellite, whether it's GOES 16 or GOES 18, the confidence, the size, the FRP, the temperature and location. And then this link leads to a map of the area with camera images triangulated on the fire. Cameras that we have in the county triangulating on the fire and producing those images. Next slide, please. This is our SJSU, San Jose State University slide. They're operationalizing a new machine learning live fuel moisture model for us. That's going to integrate into WRF-SFire, and WRF-SFire is a coupled atmospheric wildfire model that combines the WRF model and a fire spread model. And that WRF-SFire can be queried to deliver visualized data for fires on the landscape. We're going to generate live fuel moisture data visualizations every 2 weeks on a web portal, so we can see that information. And we're also going to enable the WRF-SFire simulations to be visible on Wildfire Analysts, which all the utilities are using at this time. Next slide. Oh, sorry, let me make one more comment. Also more very important work that they're doing for us, SJSU is going to audit our FPI. We've been using the FPI for 10 years, and I showed you the success metrics for the last 4.5. They're going to assess the fuel rate related inputs and the overall performance of the FPI, and they're going to assess the accuracy of the dead and live fuel moisture inputs, as well as explore methods for error reduction by looking at high resolution satellite-based fuel moisture observations as well. The next slide is a coastal fire simulation by WRF-SFire, and unfortunately in PowerPoint it's great, in PDF it's not so good. So let's go to the next slide, please. Sorry about that. If you don't mind, Emily, or yeah, thank you. All right, here we go. This is our San Diego Supercomputing slide initiative, and they currently ingest and store WRF output, all our post-process indices, and they store that for accessibility and findability by any public interest whatsoever. They also visualize all our data, so all our WRF output is visualized for us at wixmap.sdsc.edu, wxmap.sdsc.edu. All the output from WRF, all the fuels information, all the weather input information, and we also visualize aircraft observations on that website as well. But besides the storing of the data and doing the visualization for us, they're also doing some research. And we were researching with Dr. Rose Yu. She's doing a physics-guided machine learning technique for next generation fire modeling. She's going to specifically develop a PGML algorithm to forecast the outlook of fire potential at high spatial temporal resolutions, while taking into consideration the physics of the wildfire dynamics using next generation fire modeling. So we're very excited to see the outcome of that research. Next slide. All right, this is my final slide, but I think it's one of my most favorite initiatives going on. We have 2 new supercomputing clusters that will be operational at the end of this year. It represents a 400% increase in our computing power. We're going to pare down our grid. Currently our grid is at 2 kilometer resolution with our longest outlook at 6 kilometer. This new WRF will be a 1.5 kilometer grid with a new parent model, and the That new model will also produce a historical data set that's going to help, re-baseline our fire potential index, the SAWT, our outage potential, solar potential, load forecasting, and fire spread model.
Chris, you have 1 minute.
Okay. And targeting the short term, days 1 through 4. So what we're really doing is we're increasing the resolution and accuracy of our forecast. We're shortening the timeline a little bit, but that's going to help us in our planning to ensure the best possible forecast to mitigate the impacts of the SPS. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you guys. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
You bet.
Next, we'll hear from SCE.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Can we go with the next slide? This is Tom Rolinski. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Tom.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. So can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so for our situational awareness, we're basically want to break our situational awareness up into 2 categories. One is our observational network, and the other is our modeling and emerging technologies. With our observation network, we have over 1,600 weather stations installed. We plan on having over 1,700 weather stations installed across our service territory, high-risk areas by 2025. We're also sampling our vegetation moisture at 15 locations, again, in our high fire risk areas. We do this on a bi-weekly basis, and this data is used to not only just get a better understanding of our fuel conditions, but also to help train our live fuel moisture modeling. And also it helps with our assessment of fire potential, particularly during PSPS. We also have over 180 high definition cameras that provide early wildfire detection. And we're combining that with satellite technology and AI technology to help automate the wildfire detection process. So
Tom, you have 1 minute.
That's a little bit about our observation network. On our modeling side, we're continuing to improve our weather modeling. We have 4 HPCCs. Those are high performance computing clusters that provide us with ensemble forecasts at very high resolution, 1 kilometer resolution. We also use machine learning to improve our wind speed forecasts at our weather station locations. We're piloting a lot of different projects that involve assessments of fire potential. We're developing a vegetation buildup index, and we're partnering with Scripps, UCSB, UCSD, San Jose State, and Cal Poly. We're also developing a new fire potential index. And with that we're also developing a fire behavior matrix and a fuels index. All of this is to help better assess wildfire potential on the landscape.
Tom, you've got 0 time left.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom. Next, we'll be hearing from PG&E.
All right, good morning. Scott Strenfeld here with PG&E. I have 1 simple slide I'll cover in 3 minutes. So thanks for the opportunity today. Before I really jump into it, just want to say thanks to SDG&E, SCE. You can see a lot of great work there. We've been collaborating for the past several years, and that collaboration has really shaped our program. So a lot of what SDG&E and SCE covered, similar story with PG&E. So I'll go rapid fire and just touch on the highlights of what we've been able to do over the past several years and our commitment going forward. So we continue to build our operational capabilities in the Amazon cloud. Very excited about this. This enables us to scale as we're going to go, we just have more data to process, and that is going to increase going forward. We continue to partner with 2 external experts on running high resolution weather models. We have an 8 weather model ensemble. We have the ability to run sub-kilometer forecasts on demand should we need. We also partner with many academic institutions such as San Jose State University and others to perform needed research in the fire science and fire weather field. And we're sharing all of our forecast model data with the public through SJSU. So if you Google SJSU Weather Center, you'll find our portal, and welcome to any feedback that you might have on that. Since 2018, we've installed 1,400 weather stations, report publicly every 10 minutes, and we have the ability to dial into those weather stations and get readings every 30 seconds if needed. We also continue to operate our fire detection and alert system. We share that data through the public, with that link that's on this slide here. Encourage you to check that out. We also continue to sample live fuels across the state of California to fill in some areas, and we share that data with the public as well through the National Fuel Moisture Database. We've also sponsored the installation of over 600 HD cameras, all of which are available to the public via Alert Wildfire or Alert California, and I realize I have 1 minute left. And we are installing AI capabilities on these cameras, and so we'll have that ability rolling out later this year. To date, we've installed over 800 line sensors, giving us visibility on the grid across almost 200 circuits. That program is going to expand over the next 3 years as well. And so in the 2023 WMP, in summary, we've committed to continuing a lot of these important programs as well as enhancing them as we go forward. For example, we are exploring new ways to enhance our machine learning fire potential index and outage producing wind model. And so we're kind of in the next generation exploration right now. And as the saying goes, scientists' work is never finished. So me and my team are more than happy to continue to push the needle in these much needed areas. So my time, thank you, and I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Scott. And thank you to all of our presenters. Next, we have our panel. And I think as we did yesterday, we'll go around each taking a turn answering a question. I'll let our panelists here introduce themselves, starting with Jeff.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Fuentes. I'm Assistant Chief with CAL FIRE's Utility Wildfire Mitigation Program. And I just want to thank Chris, Tom, and Scott for the presentations on that situational awareness.
Jessica, would you like to go next?
Hi, Emily, this is Nathan. I think Jessica Block is on the attendees list. Rain, can we promote her up to a panelist?
Yes, one moment.
Hi, I'm here now. Okay. My name is Jessica Block. I'm chair of the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. I'm really excited to see all the R&D going into the progress with the IOUs. And I'll have questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephen.
Morning, Stephen Volma. I'm a battalion chief with CAL FIRE in the Utility Wildfire Mitigation Program. Thank you all the utility companies for coming out, everybody for participating.
All right. So to start us off, Jeff, would you like to ask your first question?
Sure, thanks. So I guess the first question I have is, how are the utilities kind of using all these situational awareness and forecasting tools? You got the camera networks, the artificial intelligence, those fire detection, satellite fire detection, line sensors, and all these new tools, and just how like that's getting used operationally when there's a fault or an outage on a circuit. So kind of like the operations that go with it. Is there like a procedure that tasks someone like a control center operator kind of to monitor that fault or outage in an area? that could be a potential ignition until a troubleman can arrive, I guess. So I don't know if each of the utilities could kind of walk us through the process and procedures and maybe that coordination that occurs to monitor, those type of risk events to really determine, whether or not, there is an ignition, and also if, if there's kind of like a standardized response time maybe that a troubleman would go out. So it's kind of a question on situational awareness and kind of the grid operations piece too. So.
Hey, this is Scott. I can start. So Jeff, if I'm tracking the question, there's a few elements in there. We could talk about cameras and how we use the camera data in real time to get a beat on what the fire activity may be looking like at specific incidents. And we're happy to partner with you all, and I'm glad you guys are finding that camera data, installing some cameras yourselves, and you're finding, obviously it's helping with situational awareness of what's going on the front line and maybe the back line of some of these fires. And so there's a whole team within PG&E. It's a hazard awareness and warning center that is monitoring new ignitions from any source, as well as images and the AI data that's coming in from cameras. And then, they have policies and procedures in place to contact individual folks, as well as folks out in the field, like our public safety specialists that are kind of our front lines interfacing with some of the agencies on any sort of emerging incidents in that realm. So that's kind of the fire response piece is all handled by that 24/7 hazard awareness and warning center. And they do more than just fire. They're monitoring floods. They're monitoring right now the Tulare Lake situation that's happening, earthquakes, geomagnetic disturbances. So there's a lot that goes into that shop beyond wildfire. And then as far as outage data and line sensors, I'll have to phone a friend. I don't know if Andy Branches or Eric Schoenman from PG&E can talk about that program in more detail.
Yes, Scott, happy to jump in. And good morning, Jeff. On the line sensors, the way we think the line sensors really is to help us narrow. We use it in line with our EPSS work to help us narrow where specifically changes have happened, to identify that and go quickly to that location, right? Now, there's also additional technology, early fault detection and DFA that Eric can provide some context. So I'll let Eric kind of give 2 minutes, but I want to come back to the weather modeling and how do we use that more comprehensively. Eric?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah. So so for the sensor program, we've been developing that for several years, and we have kind of a multi-tier program. We have line sensors that we've been employing that we use to help with improving restoration and narrowing down events, especially during EPSS. We also have 2 other technologies, EFD and DFA, that are used right now as kind of a preventative maintenance tool. We're using the data from that to try to find things that are based out of unknown cause outages that we can go and address early on and get those fixed, so that we're not dealing with those during fire season and during EPSS events. So that's the programs. All that data right now is being channeled into our Foundry platform, which is a data analytics platform, which we're using to kind of speed up the process and get more out of our data. We have a lot of data, then we're trying to get more out of it. So that's sort of the program right now. I'm not sure if I answered the question, but that's kind of where we are with that.
Yeah, no, you did. I think I want to take another minute, though. I think more broadly, I think when you saw what San Diego is doing with their weather station network and with effectively their weather modeling, and I think the weather modeling is by far the most significant, what I call wildfire prevention or mitigation approach that all 3 utilities have taken, from my perspective. What we do at PG&E with it is 2 things. Scott's team puts out an FBI forecast every day that looks forward 3 days. And based on that, we then appropriately position around the system to be ready for the dangerous conditions. So this thing is broken up into, fire index areas, and each fire index area gets a rating. If the rating is above a certain threshold, R3 for us, crews that are doing any type of work are sensitized to the fact that the danger in that location is elevated. And we have a procedure, TD 1464S, to guide how they should work. They should have a water buffalo, all of that to kind of make sure that we're prepped should a spark occur while we're doing work. But that's kind of like in the, the day-to-day work as you're doing as utility, it could cause sparks. You've got the protection level there. Beyond that, the work that comes out of Scott's shop also guides our EPSS program. And the way it guides it is, if the thresholds actually are anchored in the meteorological data. If the thresholds pass a certain level, that's when we choose to enable circuits and put them into EPSS enablement mode. And the reason for that is, if the risk is low, there's no reason we need to put that EPSS mode in place. So the circuit is EPSS capable, enabled only based on meteorological data, and disabled when the risk goes down. So that's how it's used for EPSS. The weather data comes in a big play as well when we do it with regards to PSPS. If we see the winds rising, the forward forecast will decide when we'll call a PSPS event. It's all driven by Scott. So if you want to know who really runs the shop at PG&E here, it's Mr. Strenfeld, who tells people what to do every day. I'm kidding, but that's actually to some degree a reality in fire season. I'll hand it to SCE and SDG&E to add to that.
Yeah, Jeff, this is Tom Merlinski from Southern California Edison. Good morning, and thank you for your question. Just a couple of comments here in terms of our weather stations. We're using those weather stations to help make the energization decisions once we're in a PSPS event. We do have weather stations installed not only on our circuits in high fire risk area, but also on a lot of our circuit segments. So we have multiple weather stations representing our circuit. In terms of our cameras, I want to echo a lot of what Scott Strenfeld had mentioned, that we do have these cameras used for early wildfire detection. We have a number of fire managers in our company that monitor these cameras, and also work with the fire agencies to help with early wildfire detection. I'm not sure if anyone else from Southern California Edison would like to comment on our cameras and weather stations. Raheem, I see you have your hand up. Raheem, did you want to say something?
I did. I was on mute. My apologies. Thank you for that, Tom, and thank you, Chief Fuentes, for the question. One additional piece on the cameras as well, too. We do provide access to a lot of the fire agencies working with our vendor UCSD across the California region to ensure that they also have access to control the cameras for fire response as well, too. We also in part use it to see vegetation growth around the areas, as well as coordination if and when a fire occurs with our fire management officers and the various fire officials within the state.
So Jeff, I hope that helps answer your question from the SCE perspective.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I did want to just kind of ask also was, one part of the question was, is there kind of like a standard response that you all have for having a troubleman, from the time there is an outage to get to maybe where that outage is to investigate whether it's what it is, I guess. I guess if utilities could speak to that as well, that'd be great.
Yeah, Jeff, on the PG&E front, our target is when EPSS is enabled. So that means when the danger conditions are high, right? Our target is 60 minutes or less. And we strive to do that, even though some of these are fairly remote. We do activate helicopters if that will help us get there faster. That's our current posture. And we have standards around that we're tracking regularly.
And from the SCE perspective, I do not have an answer for that unless there is somebody else from our SCE team that could address that question. Is there anyone? Okay, hearing none, Jeff, we will get back to you on that question.
Yeah, Tom, Sorry, Tom Jacobus here. So while I'm not acutely aware of a standard response time, we do block our reclosers according to, so that we change the way that we operate our grid based on the conditions at the time. And there are, very specific procedures for that. So I would just add that in.
Go ahead. Chris, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Jonathan. The big guns are here, so I'm going to step back for a second. Go ahead, Jonathan.
No worries. Jeff, this is Jonathan Waldemar. I'm with SDG&E, and thanks for that question. We do have a standard for the troubleshooter response times, and the response times vary from like working and non-working, but it's around 50 minutes, right, for our response times in getting to that, and we have standards written for that. The other part of it, your question earlier about how we operationalize weather science, I'll leave that to Chris.
Yep, I'll jump in on that. Yeah, so all these initiatives started in meteorology. We were sort of an incubator for a lot of these, the cameras, the AI, the satellite detections, all this stuff. And as it got developed, then it got assigned appropriately as our organization got more defined and more, I guess, more compartmentalized. So now we actually have a group of folks called the Fire Coordination Team, and there's 6 fire coordinators. And what they do is they take the information that we developed and they act on it. So they go out in the field, and they coordinate with the on-scene fire folks. So they get the satellite smoke detections, satellite ignition detections. They get the AI smoke detections. They listen to the radios. So they have numerous sources of information for any kind of ignition that's on the landscape. And they're the ones that coordinate with emergency management and with the firefighters on the ground.
Great. Thank you. That answers my question, Emily. I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. I think we're ready for our next question then. Jessica, would you like to ask your first question?
Pardon me, excuse me, yes. I'm really excited to hear about artificial intelligence on fire detection from cameras and in other realms. Can anybody describe how they're doing any documentation for the effectiveness of these algorithms so that we can have record of what's working and not working?
Yeah, Jessica, I can start. So like I said, we have 43 cameras that are currently having the video processed through this AI algorithm. And I got to tell you, we are, so this is a relatively new technology. So we're currently documenting right now the false positives and what's working, what's not. But honestly, every time I get an alert, I take a look and see what's going on with these cameras. And I was one of the original folks that thought this was not going to work. I thought that, stratus clouds, marine layer, that we'd have a lot of false positives, but I've seen very few. I think this is a remarkable technology. We have prescribed burns right now. Later on, we're going to have fires in Camp Pendleton from artillery, and those cameras pick up all those fires relatively well.
That's excellent to hear. Do you have any of the AI cameras associated with the detection as well? Like, can we correlate a bunch of the sensing that you're doing for tracking with the detections long term?
Yeah, currently, the San Diego Supercomputing Center takes in the unfiltered raw feeds from the cameras. So we get a satellite detection, we get an alert from SDSC, and then it displays a map of the area and shows where the ignition has been located by the GOES 18 Advanced Baseline Imager. And the cameras in the area are automatically triangulated on that fire by SDSC. Those cameras, like I said, are unfiltered, so they're not using the AI algorithm. But is there synergy that can be gained from combining all these technologies into one? I suspect there is.
Excellent. It's something to shoot for long term. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Scott Strenfeld with PG&E. I can jump in. Answer pretty similar to what SDG&E just described. Our commitment in the WMP is to roll out the AI program, I believe by June 1st. It's in the WMP. In talking with the Hazard Awareness and Warning Center folks, again, we have a center that's monitoring ignitions from any source, 911 calls, Irwin incidents, AI from cameras, satellite detections. And so they're kind of the consolidators of the information, then decide, is this information actionable? But in talking with those folks, there's a lot of the technology is good where it's detecting a lot of stuff that happens in our service territory. For example, there's a lot of pile burns going on in our remote areas. And so anytime it detects and sees one of those, pile burns that happens on someone's property when it's open burning season, it's detecting those. So we're getting a lot of alerts. And so we're kind of working on ways to screen out some of that noise where it's actually you're detecting smoke, so it's doing the right thing, but we want to get more actionable intelligence. And so we're kind of just working through that right now in the Hazard Awareness Warning Center, but that's where I think other technologies really help shine because of multiple technologies are showing you that there is something going on in an area, more likely than not there is, instead of just relying on one source of intel.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is Raheem Nathu from Southern California Edison. I'll speak to how we use the AI on the cameras as well too. So all of SCE's cameras through the Alert California.live network with our vendor UCSD that I believe we all share across the board also have AI deployed. And right, to be clear, it's a early confirmation system for the fire. So we are in a pilot stage working with the vendor on that to essentially refine how those are being used, and mainly working with the vendor to have them refine and document the usage of the data that's coming in, as well as the fire confirmations. Right, to be clear, from the Edison front, we're not in the fire detection business per se. It obviously does impact our infrastructure, and it's very critical to know from a situational awareness perspective. But we're also making it available to the public and the first responders and public safety partners across the board within the 50,000 square mile service area of Edison.
Thank you for those answers. Jessica, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you, everybody.
Excellent. We'll move on next to Stephen.
Morning. So for all the utility corporations out there, what's the major hurdle your corporation is experiencing with increasing their situational awareness across all fronts? And do you think that hurdle can be overcome in the next 5 to 10 years?
This is Southern California Edison. I can just sort of start us off here. I think probably one of our major hurdles here is the amount of data that we're collecting. We collect on our weather stations data every 10 minutes. We've got in our modeling efforts here, we're literally generating billions of data points a day, and to store all that data is a challenge for us. We have a 40+ year historical data set of weather and fuel conditions going back to 1980. It's an enormous data set, and we're only adding to it as we go forward. We're also going to be downscaling some global climate models here in the future, and those are going to be huge data sets that are going to be forward-looking 30 years into the future. So all that to say that we're generating a huge amount of data, and the storage and the management of that data is something that's going to be a challenge for us as we move forward. How we process that data, how efficiently we're able to access that data, and then how we provide that data to the public in the future. So those are some big challenges that we have that come to my mind here immediately. I'm not sure if there's anybody else from SCE that wants to comment. All right, hearing none, pass it back over to to Scott or PG or SDG&E.
Chris, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. I don't see too many hurdles. I agree with Tom, though. There is a point where we're at, we get information saturation. We just have a lot of information. And, we have this partnership with SDSC, Supercomputing Center here in San Diego, where they store all our data. And they're pretty amazing, because they do it. The stuff that happens behind the curtain, I don't know what's going on, but all I know is they organize the information very well. And I know it's a heavy lift, but they're really good at it. So what are the hurdles to situational awareness? I guess staying abreast of the latest technology and being able to approach this problem in an organized fashion, so we don't get overwhelmed with multiple sources of data that potentially could not be in alignment, I guess would be the biggest hurdle for me.
Yeah, and this is Scott with PG&E. Very well said by the other utilities. I think Tom really hit the nail on the head, at least the biggest hurdle that I see, from my vantage here. And I think we say as much in our WMP. I was just pulling it up, page 608 in our 2023 WMP about known limitations of existing approach. And it goes into some detail about just what the challenges are on some of the data management. And these are things that we can overcome. And I think one of the avenues that we're pursuing is cloud computing for that reason. Because as we start to install more weather stations, we start to run the weather in a more granular fashion. As we start to pull in more sources of weather model data, our data needs, storage costs, compute infrastructure will continue to expand, and AWS gives us a very flexible environment so far in order to do that. Some other things, in PG&E, we have a pretty large service territory, 70,000 square miles, that we need to be situationally aware of. And so right now I'm standing in our meteorological analytics center. And on the map, I've got some tools that we developed to give us situational awareness on weather stations. For example, if we're looking at 1,400 weather stations and 200 RAWs, about 100 National Weather Service sites, and there's more sites from Caltrans and others, right? There's probably 1,500 to 1,600 even more weather stations to look at. And so how do you filter through all that to get you actionable intelligence? You have to design a front end system in order to basically start high level, where are the potential risk periods, and then be able to zoom in on a specific area. And so we have some kind of following our lean operating principles that we've employed internally. We have the ability to see something in 1 second high level, and then be able to zoom in on what's happening regionally, what's happening locally on a circuit, and then what's happening on an individual weather station. And so developing tools like that, and I think this is similar for every single utility, we all have tools enable us to basically scale in and out and get at the actionable intelligence when there's a lot coming at us, right? For instance, 1,400 weather stations reporting data every 10 minutes. I think that's 500,000 observations every day coming at us. So anyway, I see Tom's got his hand up, so I'll turn it over to you, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah, I just want to also add a couple of other things here in terms of challenges. As I was just thinking about your question a little more, one of the big challenges is just having to forecast at a very high level of resolution. We're providing forecasts of wind speed and humidity and looking at our fuel conditions at the circuit level. And that's challenging because of the complex topography that we have and just the limitations of weather forecasting in general. So we're really sort of running into some of those obstacles. And, right now we model the atmosphere, we model our fuel conditions at a 1 and 2 kilometer resolution respectively. And that's very high resolution. And that's even, in some cases, higher resolution than what the National Weather Service provides data for the country. But still, that's in some cases, it's difficult to really nail down those forecasts at those very precise locations, particularly when we look at wind speed. And that's why we're doing a lot of machine learning modeling to improve those wind speed forecasts, because winds are very challenging to forecast, particularly over complex terrain, because there's a lot of influences with the topography and with a differential surface heating that can really influence wind speeds. And so that's why we're working more closely with machine learning technology to improve those forecasts. And again, that's why we're working with a lot of these, we're partnering with a lot of these universities, because we know that, we don't have all of those resources in-house. So we look to some of those academic partnerships to help provide that expertise and that technology. Again, like with University of Colorado, with Scripps and San Jose State University. So those are again some challenges that we're running into. But we do have we've been working on solutions, and we're definitely making progress in those areas, particularly with our modeling. So Chris has his hand up. I'll pass it over to him. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment. This is a problem that scales, from south to north, right? I'm working on 4,000 square miles. I think Tom just said 50,000 square miles. And Scott, what's your service territory? You're muted.
70,000.
There you go. Yeah. So the problem just gets bigger as you go north, right? To manage all that data. So 4,000 to 50,000 to 70,000. That's a huge lift for SCE and PG&E to keep track of all that data. Very difficult. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for the good discussion. I think we can pass it back to Jeff with your next question.
Great, thanks. I know SDG&E mentioned in their presentation kind of the accuracy of their FPI as far as under predicting, over predicting, and understanding the utility fire potential indexes are kind of a foundational piece of how you're making a lot of operational decisions, whether it's for PSPS, enabling different devices or closures, and even restricting the hot work that was mentioned earlier.
Yep.
In high risk conditions. Was wondering what some of the enhancements the utilities are planning to improve upon or evaluate for their FPIs forecasting in the future, and how they plan to validate kind of the accuracy of their FPIs with the new enhancements.
Yeah, I can go first. We are going to work with San Jose State University. They seem to be the experts in fuels and understanding, fuel components. So as you know, our FPI has a weather component, which is the wind speed and dew point depression, and has 3 fuels components: NDVI for grasses, dead fuel moisture, and live fuel moisture. So we're reaching out to the pros at SJSU to really help us to try and improve. We're happy with the numbers we got from our audit of 87% in a high fire threat district. But can we do better? Yeah, sure, we can do better. I think we can have better inputs to create a better output. And we're also working with Planet to get better NDVI information. We got those NDVI cameras going in. So we were working with 250 meter resolution MODIS data. For NDVI, we're going to transition to 3.7 meter Planet data, and then also incorporate the in situ cameras as well. But like the real difficult problem is the dead fuel, live fuels, and forecasting what they're going to be 7 days from now for 8 different districts in a 4,000 square mile service territory. So that's our problem. I think the weather component is somewhat predictable to a high accuracy. It's just that I think the fuels is the hard part, and that's what we're trying to improve.
For Southern California Edison, we have spent the last, I would say, 2 years working on a developing a new fire potential index. We're currently using the index that San Diego Gas and Electric uses. But again, over the last couple of years, we've been working to develop a new fire potential index. And the big difference here is really in the fuels component. It's how we sort of analyze and assess fuel conditions. We have a pretty complex and robust sort of methodology that assesses fuel conditions that we think is, I think, gives a very good treatment of the fuels in terms of assessing their flammability, and particularly as we go into the over the next 7 days. Fire potential is very difficult to verify because it's a lot of times that potential is not realized, and so you can have a high fire potential day, but you may not have a significant fire. Does that mean that the potential wasn't there? So those things are hard to measure and sort of hard to validate against if you don't have the fire activity. But what we do use is past fire activity to look at, and that's where our 40-year historical data set comes into play, because we're able to run all of our fuel moistures backwards, so which includes all of our dead fuel moistures, 1 through 1,000 hour time lags, and also the live fuel moisture values. So we're able to run all that back hourly back to 1980. And when we compare that with fire activity, then we can get a sense for how well sort of things are validating. So that's one thing we use. But going forward, it's difficult to kind of measure that fire potential, or I guess to validate it or verify it if we don't have fire activity. It doesn't necessarily mean that a high fire potential day without fire activity is a wrong forecast. But again, we're doing a lot of work in that space. I think we're in a very good place right now to start using our new fire potential index. And off of our fire potential index, we developed basically we're able to, the way we designed our new fire potential index is that we are able to sort of separate our weather component and our fuels component, so that those are almost separate indices by themselves. And that's where we developed a fire behavior matrix, which is basically looking at the individual components of our fire potential index to kind of get a sense for what kind of fires we're going to have, how they're going to behave, and potentially how difficult they're going to be able to control. And that's the great thing about, or I should say, the hard thing about when you look at an index is sometimes you don't know what is contributing to the index. When you have a particular output of the index, you don't know if it's mostly the weather or mostly the fuels that's contributing to that. And so when you break up the index into its individual components, you can get a sense for what's contributing more to the final index output. So anyway, just a few thoughts on fire potential. Hope that answered your question from the SCE perspective.
All right, Scott here with PG&E. So I'll walk through kind of the methodology of our plan improvements for fire potential. First, a little reflection. We're on version 3 of our fire potential index now. It started off 2015-16 timeframe as a more simple index. We then hired a team of data scientists who started to apply more advanced techniques to it. And so we moved into a logistic regression model for the FPI. And then in 2021, we went into the machine learning space, and we have a machine learning FPI model that's been operational through our PSPS events starting in 2021 and every day starting in mid 2021. Last year, we funded a graduate student from San Jose State, Hold Hanley, to look into various features and other techniques in order to build an FPI model, and also answer that question, what works the best to build an FPI model? Is it, is it an indice? Is it logistic regression, machine learning? And essentially found that the best bang for the buck that you can get, and this is his research, and we're submitting it, or he's submitting it to some peer-reviewed papers or journals right now, is machine learning. And so that's what we found so far. And so for this year, we do have a commitment to explore enhancements to our existing fire potential index model. And kind of what that looks like is multiple kind of frames that we're looking at it. One, we wanted to improve the input data set that goes into the model, essentially the data that you train the model against. And so we started working with a air quality consulting firm called Sonoma Technology up in Petaluma in the North Bay. And they've done some very good research on combining all the agency information, the great agency information that's out there on fires, with satellite data in order to get us more, hour by hour fire growth metrics that we can then use our historical data to then match up and start training a model on why did the fire grow a certain way in that hour? What was it about, what was going on in a certain area? And so we're kind of getting down to that granular level of resolution with STI, and they've actually got a paper that's been approved in the International Journal of Wildfire that should be coming out shortly on their methods of how they created that data set. But that's, over the past couple of years, we've been working with them to increase the fire occurrence data set, since all the model training is going to be based on where fires occurred, how big they got, where they spread, and the time frame over which they spread. So we could do some cool things with, rates of spread, flame lengths, fire radiated power. It's actually pretty cool and exciting. So right now, 2 data scientists are, I would say, in the data wrangling phase of the project. And as anybody who's ever built a model here knows that building a model sounds cool, but most of the time that you spend building a model is just wrangling all the data and getting into a format that you can start to train models on. And so we're kind of in that, mode right now. Referencing the historical studies from San Jose State, we're looking at new features in our model, such as soil moisture at various depths. We're using that new fire occurrence data set, and we're trying some other features in the model, including potentially changing our entire grid and going to a H3 paradigm, which is, instead of 2 by 2 kilometer boxes, we would be using some sort of nested hexagonal grid, if you will. And so there's some interesting things that our data scientists are trying. And so next we're going to go into kind of the tested phase and model validation. And then what we do is kind of what Tom was talking about. We follow the same exact playbook. I think SDG&E does the same thing, is that we've all created the weather looking back over the past 30, 40 years, and we know all the fires that occurred over that time frame, and then we can test our FPI models on those individual fires, and then develop some accuracy metrics and look at the area under the receiving operating curve, or R squared value if you're doing some sort of regression. And then you can prove that the model that you're going to be putting in place in that way is more accurate than what you're currently using now. And so that's kind of the path, the methodology, if you will. And we're kind of right now in the discovery phase of the project. But the long-term goal is to improve the fire potential index with improved data inputs, and obviously maybe new methods of how you create it, looking at grid resolution, so hopefully that your outputs are better and you can make better operational decisions. That's kind of the main thing of what we do. So thanks for the question, Jeff.
Great, thanks. Appreciate all the responses and information.
Again, thank you for the good discussion. I'll pass it next to Jessica to ask her next question.
Thank you. This is really a great discussion. I have a sort of two-part, I think it's a two-part question. So what I just heard were 3 separate efforts on fire potential index and monitoring for fire potential and different challenges in doing so. My first part question is, I think that that's a great thing because the 3 different IOUs have incredibly different service territories, environmentally, topographically, in a vegetative sense. Are these fire potential indices and the machine learning algorithms and the analytics that you're doing taking into account the variability in the vegetation and topography? And could they potentially be trained and refined for different types of ecoregions? My second part question is there an opportunity here for leveraging, this might be an entirely separate question, but leveraging multiple models, for instance, multiple weather forecasts, which I know you all do to a degree, but I hear you're also working on your own weather forecast. Are you leveraging multiple predictive models for weather or potentially multiple methods of fire potential to run your operations? And is there an opportunity there to do so? I'm asking these questions because we know the science is always advancing and it's valuable to articulate the reasons why the analytics would be different per IOU. Thank you.
Jessica, let me start off here, if I may. 2 very good questions. Hopefully I can remember the second one here, but to answer your first question, our fire potential index does use, in terms of looking at our fuel conditions, does use a weighted, takes sort of a weighting of what we do is we sum up the all the fuel moisture values. So we sum up all the dead and the live fuel moisture values, but they're given weights according to each particular area that it's calculated in. So and we go by our fire climate zones. We have 11 fire climate zones that cover our service area. These are areas that have similar terrain, similar fuel and weather conditions, and similar fire history. And so we look at, so when we calculate our fire potential index over these different fire climate zones, the way the fuels are weighted, the fuel moistures are weighted in the equation is different for each area, because in some areas we have more 1,000-hour fuels than we do, say, 1-hour fuels, or there's more, 10-hour fuels and so on and so forth. So those in our equation, those fuel moistures are weighted differently to account for that. Now, there's other characteristics of fuel conditions that are very, very difficult to measure. For instance, the ratio of live vegetation to dead vegetation. That's a very, difficult thing to measure. And that's why we're working with the University of Colorado to develop a vegetation buildup index, which, basically looks at some of these other characteristics of fuel conditions to assess fire potential kind of on a more longer term scale. But that's another project. But my point here is that there are other aspects of fuel conditions that are difficult to measure and to incorporate into an index. Another one would be the health of the vegetation. That's another thing that's difficult to measure and to put into a calculation. So hopefully that answers the first part of your question. Would you mind repeating your second question for me?
Yeah. The second question is, because I actually was thinking about this when you were talking about refinement and the challenges of weather forecasting. how are you leveraging, or are you leveraging multiple models as you are refining your own weather forecast in-house? How are you doing that?
Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to on my slide here really get into that, but we're right now we're running a 10-member ensemble forecast, and just for folks on the phone here, on ensemble just basically means we run our model multiple times and we change the initial conditions, or how the model interprets initial conditions, which provides different outcomes. And so basically, when I say we have a 10-member ensemble forecast, it means that we run our models essentially sort of 10 different times. Now I'm leaving out some details here because we have two different model sources. We downscale an American model, the Global Forecast Model System, GFS, and then we also downscale the European model. So we have basically 5 members of each to make up our 10-member ensemble forecast, and that's at a 1 kilometer resolution out to 4 days across our service territory. So that has definitely provided much better forecast accuracy than our single deterministic model. And the power with ensemble forecasting, obviously, is you can get a range of outcomes as opposed to one single output with our single deterministic. So the range of outputs gives you a higher confidence that a particular model solution will come to pass. So that's one of the powers of ensemble forecasting, and we're working with scripts to, and I know SDG&E and I think PG&E is, well, SDG&E I know is spearheading the project with scripts to work on a 200-member ensemble forecast, I believe, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong here. But so yes, to answer your question, we are working to develop more ensemble forecasting, and we may take an ensemble approach to our fire potential index. We'll have to kind of see how that would work out, but yeah, to answer your question quickly here, we are again engaged in a lot of ensemble forecasting, and that is really where we want to take our forecasting into the future with machine learning and so forth. I've probably said enough here. Let my colleagues speak.
That's outstanding, Tom. I wanted to ask and make sure that you are in your management wildfire mitigation plans. Are you documenting the significance of the fire climate zones and those variables that are hard to characterize, like vegetation health and buildup?
To some extent, we have a very extensive document on our new FPI, which includes some of that. We do have some documentation on our fire climate zones. I must admit, there is more documentation that we need to develop, and that's a work in progress. But yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
Hey, this is Scott. I can jump in unless, Emily, we're out of time.
I'm just going to jump in with a quick time check. So we're going to shoot to wrap up around 10:50 before taking our break. So just
Great.
to keep that.
Yeah, I'll try to keep my response to 2 minutes. Sarah, would be helpful if you could jump in and let me know if I'm going long. But so FPI taking into account variability of veg and topography. So topography is one of the features of our current model. We have a measure of terrain ruggedness, slope, and then dynamic wind terrain alignment. And so essentially all things being considered in the model will say that a steep canyon is more risky than a flat area. And then it enhances if you get wind that's orthogonal to that terrain. Vegetation, we update the vegetation layer. It's a 30-meter data set every year in the model, and vegetation type is one of the features of the model because we found and the model has learned that fires that occur in strictly grassland areas are less risky than shrubs, which are less risky than heavy timber and forested areas. And so we basically can train the model on a historical vegetation map with everything kind of filled in, if you will. And then we update the fuels every year to take into account the burn scars that have happened and then the regrowth that's happened since every single fire. As far as leveraging multiple weather forecasts, yeah, we're pulling in a lot of data from the Europeans, the Canadians, the American GFS model. Our ensemble package for weather modeling is built half of initialized members from the European global model and half members from the American GFS model. And so that's how we kind of come up with our ensemble. And we've been thinking about, hey, in the future, right, we're you know, fire spread simulations, the fire potential index, we would probably get to an ensemble approach, right? That's what the future kind of looks like. For example, we could take every single one of our ensemble members, run it through DFM, run it through LFM, and just go through the entire process to come up with 8 or 10 different FPI outputs for every single hour, for every single day. How we would combine those into actionable decisions would obviously need a lot of thought and consideration, but that question actually resonates with me because that's something that's kind of been in the back of my mind for a couple of years. And that goes back to the challenges of, you know, just
2 minutes, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Right on time. Thank you. I'm done.
That was excellent. Thanks.
Great, thank you all for the really good discussion. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and reconvene here at 11. See you back soon. All right, everyone, it is 11. Welcome back from break. This next segment, we're going to do the public question and answer session. As a reminder, if you have a question, please raise your hand in Zoom, or you can also use the Q&A function. So we'll just give folks a minute to think on their questions, and we'll be looking out for raised hands. I see we do have a question coming through Q&A. Let's reserve that one for just a moment. I see Will Abrams has a raised hand.
Thank you. Thanks for the great presentations. Wanted to understand a little bit further regarding how the gathered information is leveraged. I think it was a good statement that, sort of along the lines of models are great, depending on what you do with them. And so trying to understand really how this information translates into action in the field. So what I want to understand is if, you get an alert that there's a fire in an area, and you are unsure at this point whether that's a prescribed burn or a campfire or potentially an ignition, if you can sort of describe your standard operating procedures from that point, and as specific as you can be about sort of cycle time in terms of, once a fire is reported of unknown origin and you report that in the field, what is the expected turnaround time for the field to come back to you to verify what that is and how it's going to be addressed, so that there is a closed loop. I think we've run into a few different catastrophic fires where, things had been reported in the field. We weren't sure where, what quite was going on. And then by the time, we understood that this was a major catastrophe, it was too late and the fire had significant spread. So just trying to learn from those incidences and trying to understand, again, standard operating procedures and specific decision trees and cycle times in terms of how things are addressed once we have that information. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Will, this is Scott Strenfeld with PG&E. I'll just step in for us. And so I think, I touched briefly on our hazard awareness and warnings. That's the 24/7 hub that is monitoring these incidences. And so what happens if they get an alert? Well, the response to that will obviously scale with the information that's coming in. For example, we could get an alert of a new incident from any number of the sources that we, spoke about. It could be from satellite fire detection, Irwin incidences, could be from AI, from cameras, could be from the camera images themselves, could be through social media. We monitor Pulse Point and some other things, just Twitter feeds sometimes are helpful. And so all that information comes into an analyst at a desk who then has to make decisions of what to do with that information, right? Is the information actionable and verifiable? And then tracking goes into effect if it's not just something like, hey, there's a car on fire on the side of the road reported by Caltrans or something like that, right? So if we have intel on actual fire spreading in the landscape, there's a number of things that are then kicked off from there. And there are, practices in place that team goes through. So there's a number of things that happen. If a fire is going to be spreading towards infrastructure, PG&E infrastructure from any source, right, we want to be aware of that because oftentimes we are asked to de-energize our lines for firefighter safety. And so we want to know about those requests ahead of time, where a fire may be going. We also have policies in place where we will send our safety and infrastructure protection teams out there to pre-treat assets with fire retardant, such that if fire does impact those, like wood poles, for example, then we reduce the probability that they would be burned down and, impact egress and ingress for that community. And so there's, it would probably be helpful if we had a representative from our Hazard Awareness Warning Center to go into, great detail on those. But at a high level, hopefully that covered some of it, and I could turn it over to other utilities.
I guess I'll go next. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Tom.
go ahead, Chris, and then I'll follow you.
Okay, I actually have Richard Veal on the line. He's our manager of fire coordination, but he has trouble trying to speak. Might be for the better. So, yeah, our hazard awareness department in SDG&E is called fire coordination, and there's, like I said, there's 6 fire coordinators. They're all ex-firefighters. Some were fire chiefs in their previous careers, and their main job is to coordinate on the ground, with when there is an incident. But prior to that, and I'm going to speak for him, is, they get the alerts from numerous sources, right? They get the alerts from radios, satellite alerts, AI smoke detection, visual. A lot of times, they'll hear on the radios, because we only have 4,000 square miles, that a fire rarely goes unnoticed in San Diego County. So they get the information there's a fire in the landscape. They will coordinate with emergency management. We have chat rooms and procedures set up in teams, so that coordination goes on immediately. Meteorology's role in this is not, at this point, it's pretty minor. We provide what the weather is and what the expectation is for this fire, what the growth potential is for the fire. But fire coordination really does the entire, manages the entire situation. And I can't really speak more in depth about it, because it's really not my specialty.
Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, okay, yeah, Richie, there, thank you. Yeah, there
Chris,
we go.
Chris wasn't wrong, but it likely is best that I don't speak, because I am a wordy person.
Yeah.
But to kind of make sure I've answered each of the questions. So if there's a fire on the landscape, and if we're not sure if it's a prescribed burn or controlled burn or burn piles or those kinds of things, we have relationships with the fire departments. So we'll check the CAD. We'll check to see if it's already been reported. If it has not been reported, we look through the prescriptions, basically the prescribed burns that we know of. We check where our facilities are. If we've determined that the fire itself is prescribed, then we pretty much stand down. If a fire starts that we don't know of, and then typically the fire department is dispatched, we support them. So we serve as a cooperator. Like Chris said, my team came from the fire side. I came from the fire side. So we listen to the radio. We start our resources, because we don't come red lights and sirens. We're a cooperator. We may start a resource in that area, especially if we hear there's utilities that may be at risk, or a request. We coordinate with the resources on scene to be able to support life safety objectives, as well as the other objectives of the incident. And then working through the processes and procedures that we have in place, we make sure that the company or the utility itself is aware that our people are out of the way, and then just support the logistics of the incident until restoration phase. Does that answer that? There was a few questions in there, and I wanted to make sure I got them all.
Yeah, I just a sort of a follow up for all the utilities here. I see this as a really a gaping hole that has, again, really caused problems in the past in large catastrophic fires. And essentially where I think this falls down is there are specific response times for EMS, for fire. You need to respond once an incident is reported within 6 minutes for this or 10 minutes for that. And here what we have is a very subjective, and I understand that some of this has to be subjective and left to the field, but to me there needs to be some minimum standards of response. So you get a report of there's a fire out there, unsure of the source. It might have been from a down wire, it might have been from a campfire, you don't know. And then minutes, hours go by while you're still trying to, without any sort of specific understanding of when folks need to report back. So essentially what I'm sort of looking for is some type of standard operating procedures that would have a process flow that says, a fire of unknown origin is reported. We have, 5 minutes, we call it into the field. They have 10 minutes to get back to us to let us know what that is and how it's going to be addressed. If it's a car fire, or amongst these types of fires, we do X, and this is the time for that. If it's a structure fire, this. If it's close to within 5 miles of our utility infrastructure, we do Y, right? Like some type of standard operating procedures so that, all of this great data that you all are gathering, leads to better actions in the field. And so I just think that there's a lot more that needs to be done around this. And I would just ask if you could sort of respond to that, and sort of as a follow-up, if utilities can provide their standard operating procedures around this. And again, specifically about, decision trees or process flows with specific response times that are expected both at headquarters or your central location for managing hazards and what occurs in the fields. I think that would go a long way in terms of sort of improving this gap that I see between sort of the models and the reporting and the actions in the field.
So can I go first on the response? Is PG&E SE, are you guys okay with that? I'm just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
So I guess I just kind of to address so minutes versus hours is a pretty big gap there. So for us, we're quite literally receiving the 911 call at the same time as the fire stations are. So that's almost simultaneous. We're listening to the same radios that they're listening to. I imagine that the other utilities are doing a lot of the same. So it's almost simultaneous with the fire departments as far as when we're notified about the fire. We respond the same way, whether it's a utility maybe expected to be related to the ignition, or it's a homeowner or somebody else, because of the need to respond and to be able to address the safety concerns of first responders. We also provide different outage dashboards and those kinds of informations, again, publicly, so all can see. And then in our responses, each utility has their own procedures of kind of how they would respond. And I think what you're getting at is a physical response. Physically, we are trying to gather the information so then we can make an educated response. We rely very much so on supporting the fire departments and the other first responders, law enforcement, for us, Border Patrol and military, all of those groups, to make sure that they are empowered to fight the fire, to deal with the emergency situation. And then as a cooperator, we use that information to educate our response for efficiency's sake. If we responded the same way to unknown fires as we do to what we know is going to go, we want to make sure that we're being prudent with what we're doing, but we're also staying in our lane, because we're not the fire department. We're there to support our customers. We're there to support the fire response. But so the process and procedures, when you kind of get to the response times, for us, a response may be listening to the radio, hearing the first in engine say, this is a vegetation fire, and then we up our response. Or the first in engine says, this is a vehicle fire, and our response is more or less notifying the folks in the field, you don't need to evacuate. So I guess there's a different levels of response, but we're notifying and monitoring just about everything. I think last year, even though our service territory is pretty small, we monitored a little over 2,500 calls. So it's one of those things where there isn't a gaping hole necessarily in our service territory as far as detection goes. And then there is a process in place at each place, or because we come from that world, structured process for us to be able to respond out and support first responders, because we're also very, very cautious of the fact that we're the utilities. We're not the first responder agencies. So for us to go out and determine a cause or for us to go out and determine anything that's outside of our jurisdiction could put people at risk, and we don't want to put people at risk.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think I'm not, certainly not looking for utilities to go out of their lane or start, responding like fire departments. What I'm looking for is something between sort of, it's all subjective. We monitor, we look at every situation differently. Everything can be different. And so we don't know, and therefore we don't have any times, right? Cycle times or response times or standards about how things are dealt with. And everything responded within X minutes, right? It can't be one or the other. And what I'm looking for is sort of this category of a report, right? Is responded to in this way with this timing. So,
okay.
And so I just think that, again, that there has to be something between everything is open, we just listen and monitor and hear back, and when we do, and something so restrictive that it binds your hands in terms of what you need to do or forces you out of your lane. And again, this is not, sort of a question sort of coming from the ether. I think we have a number of different catastrophic fires there where it was, oh yeah, something happened in the field. We weren't quite sure what it was. Minutes passed, hours passed. We weren't sure how it was responding, where it or what was the origin, etc. And just trying to, as I know you all are, trying to learn from those incidences and improve systems and processes so that, everything isn't left to, who's sitting at that, hazard desk on any given day. So
I think, yeah, that makes sense. There's a new regulation, and I believe it's an OEIS regulation, and thankfully this is, I think, their call. So I'm coming in kind of halfway. So if I'm speaking to the wrong thing, that I believe it's 29,300, and it went into play a lot of last year and then started off more this year. So the utilities have 4 hours to report a fire to regulators that we may have been related to the cause. So even if we're not sure, we have 4 hours, and there's a bit of data that goes into that. And then also a 1-day report about outages that are within 6 hours of a fire. And I don't have it in front of me, so I may be misquoting, but I know the number, 29,300. And I think it may help answer some of this question. But I just want to make sure we're trying to respond out as quickly as we can. Again, this is the main message.
Yeah, Will, if I could speak up and provide, I know where you're coming from. Your take on it is right. Like PG&E has this hazard awareness warning center. How have we systematized it such that the signals that we detect get shared as broadly as possible with with the appropriate entity so that they can take action as quickly as possible and try to mitigate any danger to the public from an emergent event, an emergent fire. So one is, I think at the all panelist section at the end at around 3 o'clock, I think we have some time. I've pinged on our team, Angie Gibson, and we'll see if we can have someone from the Hawk walk you through the procedures they do have. But in addition to that, so we'll wait for that. So let's get our experts to kind of share with you what we've done and what we've improved over time, right, as we've gotten better at it. What I can say is the Hawk has to sort the signal from the noise, and that takes a certain amount of time. But the moment they get any dangers, any sense that there is an action that needs to be taken, they coordinate directly with the public safety specialists who are local for us, who have that relationship right away. So that's not it's not that it's the direction and the procedures guide them that way, but the timing that you can put in front of it cannot be prescribed because they have to sort signal from noise. So that's a little bit of that challenge. Not saying that we shouldn't put standard operating procedures, and I think they're constantly honing that to get that better. And lastly, in Scott's presentation, he provided a link to a map, right, that tries to proactively engage the public right up front with all the information that we have at our disposal. If you go, there are 3 maps on there. And the middle map is about the fire. And if you look at it, anyone can click on that map. It's open to the public, and you can actually go and look at the weather stations. You can look at also the cameras that are pointing any direction. We don't intentionally build notifications from that, because our take on it is right now we're pushing and sharing the information and not trying to step on the toes of other agencies. But that's what we've tried to do as much as possible to address this point that you're bringing up, which is we're collecting a ton of data. How can the maximum amount of people across California in our service territory benefit from that as early warning signals, which is kind of where you're going, and how early can we do it as quickly as possible? And we're constantly thinking of ways to improve in that regard.
And Will, from a Southern California Edison perspective, I really don't have anything to add. Just echoing the voices of Richie and Andy. Yeah, so just echoing their thoughts on the subject here and their responses. So good question, though. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And look, this just, for me, comes from a particular area of consternation, and just from experiences, just really an area of concern. To me, this is a bit analogous to, ambulances saying like, look, we're not sure if it's a heart attack or what it is. So like, we just need to assess everything differently. And, don't give us any sort of, specific response time of how and when we're going to get back, because everything could be different, right? And of course, that's not going to fly. And with all of, EMS, we have very specific times about, when ambulances need to respond. And I know it's not quite the same, but, I know many of you have looked at what occurs in sort of, with nuclear plants, right? And looking at that as a model for some of this response. And certainly if they have, an emergency issue, it isn't just like, we try to deal with everything as fast as possible. We do our best and we try to go based on whatever information is there, right? They have a standard. They say, look, if it's this type of incident, we need to respond within this time and in this way. And those things are categorized. And I think we have gotten to a point with catastrophic fires that leaving this open to, lots of things can happen. We get information from lots of different sources. And so we don't know, and we can't standardize that stuff. I think we got to get more specific, and we got to get more detailed in our standard operating procedures at this point, based on prior incidences. But I'll get off my soapbox there, and I apologize.
No, I don't want to leave this hanging. Well, on us, right, and I think I shared it earlier, our response time when we see an outage on an EPSS enabled circuit. So when the risk is high, when we see an outage, we respond within 60 minutes. That's our standard. And that tries to put a very defined time frame on how quickly we will respond. Now, if we can respond sooner, we will, but that kind of gives you a sense. This is an outage, so it's not yet an ignition, it's not yet a fire when the risk is high. And that's trying to preempt that situation. Now, the hawk is the added layer of control, right? As things are developing, how big can something get? How big you got to marshal those resources? So there is a time frame. I don't want to leave that unsaid. Okay, but your feedback about like, should we get better? Absolutely, no disagreement with you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's really that instant that you get in the hawk. Okay, there's a red dot on your monitor. It's a fire. We're not quite sure what the origin is, and that's that type of thing. And I don't know for sure if things like the Dixie Fire were that type of report, or which of the catastrophic fires came in initially in that way, or could have been potentially detected in that way. But it's those types of things where you're just unsure, right, about what this is, that I think is an area of concern. But I certainly appreciate the response.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Will, for those questions, and thank you too for the good discussion on those. We're going to move to our next question. I see a hand raised by Walter Smith and our attendees.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I think Will brings up some really good points, and that is, what's the action on the ground? And I just had a couple of observations. One is, I live in an area where there's distribution lines, and actually close to a transmission line, and it runs through my property and it services a high fire area where I live. So, and what happens is that it seems to me, just thinking about the response and how this gets coordinated. One is that once there's a power outage, we all as consumers report it. So there, in that sense, in some cases, of course, some cases can be a broad outage, and as an example, if it's a transmission line, but in terms of distribution lines, generally, what I get feedback from PG&E, who's my service provider, they'll tell you right away how many houses are involved in the outage. So they would obviously know where it is. And it seems to me that if you're in the summertime when it's hot, of course, in the wintertime, yeah, wind or whatever, snow, rain, something creates an outage. Nobody's quite as anxious as if it's in September or October. And it seems to me that there would be just an automatic alert that people are calling in. You would know where it is because people are calling in to your system and saying, we have an outage. You're acknowledging that outage relatively rapidly. Now, again, it's sometimes when I call in, it's 1,000 customers, so it could be other parts of the valley where I live. So, so I guess I'm just saying, couldn't that be a trigger to create an alert when people are calling in? And obviously, if I'm seeing smoke out of my house, I'm directly calling the fire department. Which I've done actually twice in the last 5 years, and they've come up here, within minutes, even though there was no fire. I couldn't see a fire, but electricity went off. It's hot. I don't know what's going on. I just want them to come and check it out. So, but that also creates, you don't want to be calling the fire department every time the electricity goes out. But I'm just wondering, what's the coordination with the fire departments in this case? Would you is there a way where you can just sound heightened awareness that electricity is off in this high fire area? We don't know whether it started a fire or not, but we don't know what the cause is, but let's be prepared in case, and at least maybe there's a way to look at it through satellite. I don't know, how you can go about that, but that's just one idea that I'm had been thinking about. And I know that now with your EPSS, you may have electrical shutoffs that hopefully will prevent a fire because the electricity is going to go off, and I'm assuming you're going to set up a more sensitive EPSS during fire season in high fire areas. But anyway, maybe you can just respond to that. Customers call in, where the potential outage is. You don't know what it is, but it's high fire season, high fire area. Do you actually call in and coordinate with fire departments, just alerting them to this problem? Thanks.
Yeah. So Walter, let me do my best to answer the question. So when an outage happens and customers call in and we see the outage in our outage management system, right? It raises the sensitivity right away. Now, every day, Scott's team puts out what we've indicated and shared, this fire potential index. So when the fire conditions are elevated in that location, that is that added layer to say, wait a minute here, we got to be a lot more sensitive. So the first reaction is obviously the response time to try to get out there within 60 minutes so that we can put eyes on the problem and hopefully see what's the potential cause. The other side of it is also alerting the public safety specialists that are that have come from the fire agencies in that local area. And this is to ensure that we don't get into the jurisdiction of what is the fire agency's jurisdiction and what it is. But to the exact point that both you and Will were bringing up, making sure that that coordination and the information and intelligence that we have on our hand is shared with the local fire authorities so that appropriate response can get taken. So they flag it. Now, outages do not always mean fires. So you've got to have a little bit of discretion over there, which is where the HAWK comes in. And the Hazard Awareness Warning Center for us, which is the HAWK, is monitoring. And if they see indications of an ignition, that sensitivity regarding notification of the public safety specialists who coordinate right away with the fire agencies is accelerated tremendously. It's almost real time. The moment they see it, there's the conversations taking place. But back to the procedure pieces of it that Will was talking about, we'll bring some experts at around the 3 o'clock call to make sure we bottom that out. But I want to kind of leave you with, that's the procedure we currently have in place and the process we follow.
So that, let me just ask, maybe including CAL FIRE if they're still on the line. I mean, is there a way for you to share some of your, and this would be not just a PG&E, but everyone here, share, your cameras or, and with CAL FIRE, because CAL FIRE obviously is monitoring the forest areas or, all areas, but, forest areas and rangeland areas for fire, some through helicopter. I'm sure there's some through cameras. I'm not sure if the whole gamut, but is there a way for utilities, given that they are an ignition, potential ignition problem, sharing a lot of this information in real time so that they're also able to see these areas at the same time? So that's in terms of a coordination between, public and private. Well, I mean, and to be quite honest, the utilities are partly public, right? I mean, I know that you're investor owned, but in fact, you're also you have you're the only source in town for us to get electricity if we don't have solar on our house. So anyway, but my point is there a way to share a lot of the data that you have, especially site data, in real time with fire agencies?
Yeah, I'll let Scott answer it, but if Chief Fuentes can speak for CAL FIRE, that would be appreciated. But Scott, what's our protocol on cameras?
Yeah, the protocol is that when we sponsor a camera for installation, it goes into a network that CAL FIRE, Forest Service, other entities that are approved can log into the cameras and move them around. And so they have the capability for every single camera that you go there and it says PG&E. That's basically who just sponsored the camera, but agencies have the ability to take control of those cameras and through agreements that we have, if we see that CAL FIRE or another agency has moved one of our cameras that we've sponsored, we stand down. We don't want to touch that camera because they're being used by that agency in an operational setting. And so we basically back off and don't touch it. And then, yeah, so that's our camera protocol. And I see CAL FIRE's got their hand up, so I can turn it over to them.
Yeah, no, thanks, Scott. Just to kind of tie into what Scott said, that yes, we do have access to like the camera systems, and there is kind of like a hierarchy or a way that we're able to use those and move them around. And so that does exist. And I think it is good to also make the distinction too of as far as like from the fire suppression standpoint, there's an incident command structure. And so when the utilities do respond out to these incidents, they're whether it be a public safety specialist, as Andy mentioned, or one of the fire specialists from the utility, they do make a coordinated they coordinate with that incident commander or that ICP and tie in whoever the authority having jurisdiction is. It could be CAL FIRE, it could be another federal agency, it could be another local government agency. So at that point, there's a coordination that happens so that, everybody's on the same page, that, aren't going into areas that, that people shouldn't be going into because of active fire and things like that. So I did want to just bring up that point as well. So hopefully that, Walter, that answers your question. We do have access to the products like the camera systems.
So I guess I was getting back to the point that then if you have an outage and it happens to be in an area where you have a camera, would there be a way that would kick in an alert, again, given all the weather data that you have, to automatically sort of identify that there's a camera that's live and allow and alert CAL FIRE to the camera, and so that everyone can be on a page in terms of at least at that point being able to check it out from a camera's point of view. Now, obviously, it may not hit it, but at least there's, again, getting back to what Will was saying, some sort of protocol that then alerts CAL FIRE on a real-time basis, given you have the technology to view it, that kind of thing. So I guess that's my follow-up question.
Yeah, so Walter, this is Tom Orlinsky from Southern California Edison. First of all, thank you for your question. And I wanted to just provide a couple of comments on your latest question there. That's what we're working on with the AI technology, linking our cameras up with satellite information so that there can be an automatic detection process. Visually scanning the cameras and looking for smoke columns is helpful, but using AI technology, I think we're going to be in a much better place to provide at least have kind of some automated process for detecting wildfires. Again, it's not only just using the high definition camera technology, but also incorporating satellite detected fires with that information. So I think that's forthcoming. So I just wanted to mention that, and of course the other utilities can chime in on that. But I also wanted to mention two other things. One is that our cameras are available online for the public to look at. Now, public can't control those cameras, but certainly can look at the output from all those cameras, and that's true for PG&E and SDG&E. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that we do have a website that displays all of our outages. So that information, again, is available to the public, and I can provide those links in the chat if that's allowable. But anyway, just wanted to make those few comments there, Walter.
Yeah, thanks. No, I'm able to access and have access the outage maps and things like that. I'm just more concerned, like Will is, in real time for us customers on the ground, knowing that an outage is here. We're in a high fire danger. It's September. We want to know who's watching out for us, before the fire gets to it. Not obviously, if we see smoke, we're going to be calling the fire department. But in some places, mine is relatively easy because I live very close to the fire, both CAL FIRE and our local fire department. But if you're out in more wilderness, and then of course, I think what the other thing that Will was trying to bring up is that given climate change, and we have 50-mile-an-hour winds, and it's October 1st, and the power goes out, it's minutes. It's minutes, not hours, to figure it out. In an hour, we all know how far a fire can go in an hour. So anyway, that's basically my point. Just looking at where are the points where you can speed this up, and and I'm getting feedback from you. There's this technology is coming along, and we're working on it as well. And I'm just trying to understand it myself, because you are getting a lot of information. And I think beyond just knowing where again, I think using your data, you know where all these areas are, what the, what the temperatures are and what the, so on, humidity and blah, 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 all this stuff, all the data that you're getting in. And then you combine that with a power outage, and you don't know whether it's a, a line down that's going to cause a fire or not. Just, how do you start I think what we're worried about is how you get the process going almost immediately, given that these catastrophic fires that we're having are nothing like we've really experienced in the past, that these are now, again, just rapidly approaching fires that, that are pretty frightening. Thank you for all your answers.
And Walter, thank you very much for your questions. We're going to move on to our next one here. We have a writing question, and this one is addressed to all of the utilities, asking, how are you incorporating the anticipated effects of climate change into your weather modeling and forecasting systems? And how do you expect these changes to impact the accuracy and reliability of your predictions?
That's a great, sorry, Scott, were you gonna,
Yeah, you can go for it, Tom, if you want.
okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll take this one first. And first of all, that's a great question. And we are actively engaged in looking at how climate change is going to be affecting our operations and the reliability of, how we deliver power to our customers. So a couple things. One is we're working with a vendor to take a look at what the difference in what our fire size potential is now and then at year 2030. And we, are kind of going through the results and looking to see what areas are changing based upon the fact that fuels are going to be drier, it's going to be warmer, potentially, less precipitation. So again, drier fuels, and how is that going to affect our fire potential, and then also the size of fires that could occur, that could impact our system, and that could affect the reliability of our system. So we're digging into those data sets right now, and I know that will affect future decisions on what we decide to do in terms of mitigation processes that are deployed in the future. The other thing I wanted to mention real quickly here is that I mentioned this briefly, is that we're taking global climate models, and those are models that are sort of used to determine very long range projections of sort of general trends in climate changes, so like temperature and precipitation. And those go out for many decades in the future. The problem with those climate models is they're at very coarse resolution, and the outputs that they provide are rather limited. So what we're going to be doing in the next few years here is to take those models, a few of them at least, there's over 30 of those models, and to take a few of those and downscale them to a higher resolution, and then to generate more derived variables. Hope that makes sense to you, but that will provide us with more detailed information on specific trends, changes in trends over the next 20, 30 years, and not only in weather conditions but also in fuel conditions as well. So we can look at how fuel conditions will be changing specifically over the next few decades. So those are some things that we're doing. Sorry, I don't want to hog the time. I'll pass it over to Scott.
No, Tom, I think that was some great background, and I definitely want to draw a distinction between forecast models that we're using to assess and make decisions, tomorrow, the next hour, the next 4 days, and some of these planning models where we're looking out 30, 50 years to determine, where we should do grid hardening and other things. And there's a clear and distinct distinction. So I want to start there. So on the operational forecasting side, they account for climate change on the fly. The reason being is that if you think about how a forecast model works, it's essentially taking the initial state of the Earth, the initial conditions right now, and using that data to then project what the weather is going to be in the next 7-10 days. In our case, our high resolution model goes out 129 hours. And so you're not going to have climate change effects from when you start the model to when you end the operational model over 5-7 days, right? The variability that you get in the weather is multiple orders of magnitude larger than the climate effect that you'll see over that very short time frame. And so ultimately that, as we're producing our FPI each day, the wind speed model and stuff, it's taking into account as the Earth warms up, the initial conditions warm up. Therefore, our operational models are taking climate change into effect. Where it becomes, where we need to focus on to what Tom was speaking to is when we start to project out what is the future looking like at 2030, 2040, 2050. That's where the climate change discussions start to and so we're working like SCE is with multiple entities to try to understand that piece. But I thought I'd build upon what Tom was saying by bifurcating kind of those two areas. So hopefully that was helpful.
Thank you. Just breaking in with a quick time check. We are coming up on lunch. So I think this is going to be our last question. But also we have addressed all the questions we received. So that is wonderful. Anything else to add to this from any of our utilities?
Yeah, Emily, I came on camera just to say that I was, the explanation that Scott just gave and Tom just gave is exactly what we're doing as well. We're looking long-term at the how the fuel is going to change 20, 30, 50 years out, but we're also, using the same models that they're using, the very high resolution WRF model that takes into account the current conditions and forecasts the future conditions. So appreciate that, Scott and Tom, for really framing that answer.
Maybe I can add one more thing that just popped into my mind about their forecast modeling capabilities. And, I was talking about the initial conditions, setting kind of the snap the line to what is currently happening now and projecting it out in the future. And one thing that's very exciting about is all the weather stations that are out there now, right? And so one of the errors that you have in a weather model is not knowing your initial conditions perfectly across the entire globe, right? And by installing more weather stations, and all these weather stations are reporting data up through MADIS, it's called, which then gets into the global models and comes back to us. Having more and more intel on initial conditions should lead to improvements in weather forecast capability. So that's something that I'd like to tie back to. The weather stations are great for situational awareness, but they're also having an impact in increasing that initial conditions, snap the line, if you will, for project our operational models out in the future. And so thought I'd share that.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm my glasses on, just doing the math. But in the last 10 years, the utilities have installed almost 3,500 weather stations. That's incredible. We're the smallest in terms of service territory size, 222 weather stations. But we collect 30,000 observations every day. And then I see you guys have SCE is now the lead there with over 1,700 and PG&E with over 1,400. And 10 years ago, all we had were the RAWs and the national weather and the airport weather stations. That was it. So we've added an incredible amount of stations. And you're right. Where's this data going to lead, right? Where are we going to go with this data? Sky's the limit. I think it's fantastic. We've got all this information coming in, and it really helps us make good decisions. So over to you.
Great, excellent. I think we're gonna stop there as we're coming up on lunchtime. I want to thank everyone for the really good questions and also for the really engaging and interesting discussion that we had here today. I believe next on our agenda, we're going to reconvene back here at 1 o'clock. But again, thank you all. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm showing 1 o'clock. Just wanted to check that Luis is here. Hi, Luis, and wanted to double check that Ray, Andy, and Ashley from the utilities are here. I see Andy and Ray.
I'm here. I'm on.
Yes, Ashley from SDG&E is also on.
Great, thank you. Sounds like we're ready to go. I'll hand it off to Luis Medina from level 4 to get our conversation on risk assessment and mitigation selection strategy started. Luis, I think you're muted.
Okay, it's 1:01. Are we ready to begin? Nathan?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think Luis might be having some trouble hearing us. Let me see. Okay, while Luis works out his audio issues, why don't we get started with the utility presentations? I believe Ray from SCE is first on.
Yes, thank you. Can everybody hear me? Just want to make sure. Okay. All right, so if we could go to the next slide. So hi, my name is...
Okay. So before we begin, let me just do a quick introduction. We're just having some technical difficulties. I'm not able to hear people, but they can hear me. So I'll just introduce what we're speaking, what we're going to be talking about, and then we can move on. So good afternoon. This is Luis Medina, consultant with Level 4. We're a vendor to energy safety and supporting risk modeling and mitigations. I'll be moderating today's session on risk assessment and mitigation strategy. The function of risk assessment and mitigation strategy for within each power utility serves the critical purpose of creating a framework for identifying risk, prioritizing those risks, and deploying suitable mitigations. The impact you see as ratepayers is confidence that utility investments are as effective as possible at reducing wildfires and other safety hazards. Utilities work together with energy safety to agree on a certain set of standards to follow when reporting the risks and mitigations in an annual report. This report is called the Wildfire Mitigation Report, or WMP, and it is reviewed by energy safety for compliance and plan approval. The focus of this session is to allow ratepayers to ask their local utility questions regarding their plan to keep themselves and their property safe from fires today and years from now. I'll now introduce the IOUs and the risk experts who will be providing an overview of the risk assessment and mitigation strategy section of their 2023 WMP report. The first to present will be SCE, represented by Ray Figuer, the Director of Wildfire Safety, and supported by Brian Landry, Senior Advisor of Strategic Planning. Second will be PG&E, represented by Andy Branches, Senior Director of Wildfire Risk Management. And third will be SDG&E, represented by Ashley Yukana, a Wildfire Mitigation Program Strategy Manager. So now I'll turn it over to SCE, who will be presenting their WMP report.
Thank you for the introduction. So as stated, my name is Raymond Fugere. I'm the Director of Wildfire Safety for Southern California Edison. And I'll be giving an overview of our framework for how we identify risks and how we do mitigation selection strategy at Southern California Edison. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So our foundation of our wildfire mitigation plan is what we call our integrated wildfire mitigation strategy. What this strategy does is it takes the high fire. What it does is it takes the high fire areas and subdivides it based upon risk characteristics, and that helps us drive what our mitigation strategies are. So let me first go through what the different areas of our integrated wildfire mitigation strategy are. First is our severe risk area. This is our riskiest portion of our high fire areas, and there's 5 criteria, and I'll delve a little more into those criteria in a minute, of what drives a severe risk area. And those conditions are egress, burn and buffer, exceptionally high fire risk, high wind areas, and something we call communities of elevated fire concern. Our next area, which is below the severe risk area, is our high consequence area. A high consequence is areas where there could be a fire that in the first 8 hours burns from anywhere from 300 acres to 999 acres. And that's what feeds into our high consequence. And we also have some PSPS circuits in there as well, and I'll explain a little more detail in a second on that. And then, as I've always jokingly said at Southern California Edison, we ran out of names, and then we call our lowest risk level other. It's basically anything that doesn't meet the above criteria. So now let me talk about what feeds into our severe risk area. As I mentioned, there's 5 criteria that feeds into this. The first criteria is egress. And as we talked about yesterday, and I'll remind people, egress is about a location where a fire could occur and people could not escape because of the fire. So what we have done is we've located areas that have egress constraints based upon looking at road availability or the number of roads to the population in a given area. And when it crosses a certain point, we realize there's egress constraints. But we didn't want to just focus on all egress constraints because we're looking at this from a wildfire standpoint. We looked at where there was also historical fire frequency going and burning into these egress areas. And when those 2 factors aligned, we identified that area as an egress area. Our next area that we worked in for our severe risk area is what we call burn and buffer. And a burn and buffer is essentially if a fire started outside of the egress area, could it burn into that egress area before the people could escape? And so that's when we talk about burn and buffer, that's what we mean. We're looking for those locations where a fire could burn and trap people in the egress area. And that's what a burn and buffer is. Our next is exceptionally high fire areas or extreme areas. What this is an area where in the first 8 hours, according to Techno Silva, who models our consequence, a fire could reach 10,000 acres. And when we think about 10,000 acres, that's already a really large fire. But what a fire that burns 10,000 acres in the first 8 hours can get to 50,000 acres in the lifetime of that fire. And when you have a fire that burns 50,000 acres, on average, you're going to destroy over 1,200 homes. And so because of that, we've determined that's an area we need to mitigate because we don't want to have fires that could be that devastating of an impact to our customers. The next is extreme high wind areas. And what this means is there a likelihood that there's the circuit or a segment of the circuit could be hit with wind that would exceed our covered conductor thresholds? So it's not just that the wind will exceed the covered conductor thresholds, but also at the same time as the wind is there, our fire potential index also is above our PSPS threshold. So we need both of those conditions to occur for it to be considered a high wind area. And the last one is a community of elevated fire concern. This is our newest area that we just added in 2022 to our severe risk areas. And what a community of elevated fire concern is, we found locations in our service territory where if you have a town or a community at the top of a hill and power lines below it, say a valley, if a spark occurred from there, and started a fire, that fire would quickly run up into that community and impact our community. And that could have very devastating impact. So we identified locations that are very specific where a small, fast-moving fire really running uphill could impact the residents of Southern California. So we called those community of elevated fire concerns. And all those conditions together is what creates our severe risk area. A location doesn't have to meet all 5. It just has to meet one of those 5 to be classified as severe risk area. And right now, there's about a little less than 3,000 miles in our high fire area that we classified as severe. Next is our high consequence segments. That's our next line down. And as I mentioned earlier, it's about a 300-acre fire in the first 8 hours or more. And the reason we picked 300 acres is 300-acre fires, about a third of the time, can go to 50,000 acres. So when you look at those numbers, and as I just said, that's devastating with over 1,200 buildings destroyed. That's why we focus on 300 acres. Additionally, a fire that hits at least 300 acres in the first 8 hours, almost a 75% chance it will go to 5,000 acres in its life. And that was the line that OEIS has indicated was a significant fire, was the 5,000 acres. So that's why we're really focused on 300 acres. And as also you can see on the screen, public safety power shutoff. If there's circuits where the wind can exceed the bare thresholds for cover conductor, but not exceed the cover conductor thresholds, we've classified those as high consequence segments because we want to reduce the likelihood of an outage from a PSPS event to our customers, because providing safe and reliable power is foundational to Southern California. And then there's the other HFRA segments. As I mentioned earlier, it's essentially anything that's not a high consequence or severe area. So those are those areas that you'll see, and a good example is there's some areas that have been urbanized where there's not the likelihood of a catastrophic fire starting from inside the urbanized areas, but there's a potential for the fire in the WUI, the wild urban interface, for the fire to burn into that area. So when looking at hardening, because we're not worried about the fire really starting from there and going out, those are the areas that are other that we're not going to proactively harden, which I'll describe in 2 slides. So that's an overview of our integrated wildfire mitigation strategy. If we could move to the next slide, please. So this is just a simple map that shows Southern California Edison's service territory and its designation into our integrated wildfire mitigation strategies. It's color-coded just to help you. So red is the severe risk, yellow is other, and then orange is high consequence. And this will help people just to understand how we've subdivided our high fire risk areas.
Ray, you've got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you for that. If we could go to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide? All right. On the next, thank you. On this slide, this shows how we select our mitigations, and I'll go through this very quickly. So what we do is we first use our model output of our integrated wildfire mitigation strategy. And you can see there in the middle and the bottom that our severe risk areas, we want to either do targeted undergrounding or REVCL with CC++. And obviously there's some reasons why we have that, and I'll hit those really quickly. High consequence, cover conductor, and other mitigations. And then other HFRA will be naturally hardened over time. Severe risk areas, our foundation is if it has not been hardened, we want to underground it. If it has been hardened, our directive right now is to not underground it, but leave it cover conductor. And when it has already been covered, we're looking at adding REVCL to it to drive down that mitigation.
Ray, it's time to wrap up.
Okay. So what we do is we have the model dictate how we select it, but before we deploy those mitigations, we have a team of engineers review each of those segments to ensure that we are deploying the proper mitigation. And I will stop there now.
Okay, so the next to present is going to be PG&E. That would be
Andy Branches.
Yeah.
Do you want to go to the next to my slide? Thank you. You know, at a high level on the risk, not too different from what Ray is outlining or just outlined, but for us overall, just want to break it up into, you know, the modeling approach, the evaluation approach, balancing the portfolio, and then risk evaluation overall. The whole section that we just completed, which is situational awareness, really talks about one of the two types of models that we have. One of the models is what we call the operational risk models, and the other one is the planning risk models. For us, the operational risk models are all of those weather models that focus on real-time changing conditions for a short-term look. And the way this plays into our overall wildfire strategy is that short-term look really tells us how to operationally operate the grid and how to deploy. That's where we talk about operational mitigations like EPSS and PSPS, plus also how do we basically actively guide people doing work or even alert the hawk into what they should be concerned about, specifically when fire conditions are elevated across a pretty large service territory, 70,000 square miles. So that's where the operational risk models come in. And I don't need to bleed that in more detail because we spent literally the first section of today covering that, the situational awareness models, which is the primarily weather. The second piece, though, is the planning risk models. So once you have those blanket protections across your entire service territory, covering all of the HFTD, all of the HFRA, really the planning risk models allow you to more systematically look at where you should go about putting in long-term resilience mitigations like undergrounding, covered conductor in cases, you know, microgrids, and looking at it from that perspective. So really our approach is built on like identify the risk, evaluate how the risk can be impacted, bring out how will it play out in that particular community, respond to
Andy, you have 1 minute.
And then the controls. Thanks, Sarah. Overall, though, when you come down to it, the balancing the mitigation portfolio, that's reviewed on an annual basis to assess how effective is the mitigation from the prior period when you look at it from in terms of outages and ignitions, and then deciding what you should phase in or phase out. A good example of that is what we've done with EVM. We had that in place. We put a new mitigation EPSS in place, evaluated the whole portfolio, decided to phase out EVM because EPSS now provides us a higher level of protection across a larger territory faster. So I'll stop there. Thanks. Back to you, Luis.
Great. Thank you, Andy. Good. And our next presenter is going to be San Diego Gas and Electric, represented by Ashley Yacuna.
Can we advance the slide, please? And can you advance again? Thank you. So my name is Ashley Lacuna. I'm the Wildfire Mitigation Strategy Manager, and I'm going to be talking about our risk assessment and modeling today. If we go to the next slide, I just wanted to quickly overview our risk assessment and risk strategy. As you can see here, and there's more details in our WMP, but it's a continuous area of improvement. So not only are risk models improving and developing, but also we see our risk evolving over time. So as we're able to better quantify that risk, you'll see that reflected in both our investment model, which is our WINGS planning model, and in our risk operations model, which is our WINGS operation model. If we could go to the next slide, please. I wanted to quickly go over our hardening prioritization flowchart. So we take the WINGS planning output, which is that investment model. It'll suggest a mitigation of either undergrounding or covered conductor. We start by prioritizing that by wildfire risk rank, and then we'll look at the whole circuit, so the entire area. We're taking a look at those PSPS dependencies to try and maximize our mitigations. After this, it'll go to scoping. So this will go to our engineers for desktop feasibility to review the project and see for things like land, environmental constraints, easement constraints. We also take a look at prior hardening, if there had been hardening previously completed on that segment as part of our analysis and scoping. If that goes through, it'll then be scheduled and the package will be issued. If you look here to our top right, you will see our 10-year plan for undergrounding and covered conductor, 1,500 miles of undergrounding and 370 miles of covered conductor over the next 10 years. With these two mitigations alone, we see around an 80% wildfire risk reduction over time. And in the bottom corner there, I just wanted to highlight that we are prioritizing our highest risk areas. So you can see the majority of the work is going to be in that high fire threat area and our riskiest segments. If we could go to the next slide, I will wrap up quickly. I just wanted to touch on WING's visualization tool. Thanks, Sarah. WING's visualization tool that we have deployed at SDG&E. This is a new platform for our WING's operation model. It's already out and it will be used this year for fire season, and we will have the WING's planning model out later this year. So with these new platforms, we're able to visually display our models and disseminate the output of those models. So this goes to various groups in the company and allows for more dynamic interaction with our risk modeling tools. That is it for San Diego Gas and Electric. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ashley. Good, and now we will begin our panel discussion. It's 45 minutes. So our panelists are Joseph Mitchell from Mussey Grade Road Alliance, Zoe Harold from the Green Power Institute, and Jessica Block from the California Wildfire Advisory Board. And since Joseph, I believe you sent me a few questions in advance, I think we can begin with you and maybe just one at a time, and then we'll just move on to the next panelist. And when we get additional time, assuming the other panelists don't have any more further questions, we'll just go, we'll begin on your question list. So Joseph, you can begin.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Joseph Mitchell for the Mussey Grade Road Alliance, a community group that's been intervening on utility wildfire safety issues at the CPUC and energy safety since 2007. And I've been analyzing all the wildfire mitigation plans that have come out so far. I have a lot of questions about this particular one. I will start with a general question that can go to all utilities, although I have specific questions for specific utilities. Utilities are developing and deploying a number of technological mitigations that can significantly reduce some risk drivers. Falling conductor detection from SDG&E, partial voltage detection, down conductor detection from PG&E, open phase detection, SCE, and rare earth fault current limiter, really just SCE at this point. Are utilities deploying these mitigations on circuits that they plan to underground? And if so, or if not, discuss reasons.
So Joseph, I'll start. Sorry, Ashley. So Joseph, I'll start up front. One is we're deploying, at least on the PG&E side, because of the time it takes to build in the resilience, whether it's underground or it's overhead conductor, it takes a certain amount of time to do it. Our preference at PG&E is we put our operational mitigations with this EPSS on all circuits. So we've done that already across the entire HFTD, HFRA, as well as with deploying down conductor detection as far as we can. Down conductor detection works on the 3-wire system, not so on the 4-wire. So we'll be deploying it on the 3-wire system till we can get that complete by 2024. The bulk of it will be done in 2023. And so there are going to be circuits that we've deployed it, that we will then, as we get to that section to be underground, will be undergrounded specifically. So that's our strategy and approach at this point in time.
Great.
Hey, Joseph, good to see you. So we are doing something similar at SDG&E. In our WMP, we talk a little bit about the interim mitigations. So there's a handful of mitigations that we'll deploy while we're waiting for some of those more permanent long-term solutions like undergrounding and covered conductor. So that's the current method at SDG&E. We do full analysis on that. And when we're considering undergrounding or covered conductor as part of the analysis, we'll look at what was previously done or hardened on the circuit.
Great.
Yes, so for Southern California Edison, very similar to San Diego, we had interim measures listed in our WMP, and some of those more were LSI, PSPS, and also fast curve would be on circuits that potentially could be undergrounded. Right now, how we're deploying RevCl is we're looking for circuits that have cover conductor already in our higher risk, in our severe risk areas, where if we had started anew, we might have looked at undergrounding this. So that's how we're deploying those additional measures to help buy down risk on things right now that may not be undergrounded because they're already been hardened with CC. So we're looking for that conflation and analyzing that as we go.
Great, thank you. Questions from Zoe or Jessica?
Sure, I can go next. So my first question is about risk assessment, specifically the planning models and ignition risk component. The IRUs are using machine learning models to essentially predict a granular likelihood of risk event across our service territory. So I have kind of a three-part question about what the current performance of those models is. Specifically, first, how well are the cumulative likelihood of risk event models kind of performing in terms of quantitative metrics? So false positive, false negative rates, AUC, ROC values. And then the second part is how well are the individual submodels performing for those likelihood of risk evaluations? Because those submodels are essentially for specific drivers. So what are the best and the worst performing subdriver submodels? And then how are the utilities essentially taking into account that model performance when they're operationalizing the models to inform mitigation selection?
So yeah, on our part, I'd like to call up John Eric Thalman, who kind of leads the detail of that, because he may have the specifics, better than I can explain it. So John Eric, do you mind joining? In the meantime, I'll let Ashley or Ray.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I don't know if you can see yeah, so response to this question, we produce
you refer to the AUC curves, or the area under the serve curve for the receiver operator characteristic for our risk models, primarily just for the probability side. So remember, the risk is the probability times the consequence, usually the risk. When we're looking at the probabilistic models, the first part of that equation, we do produce the AUC curves, we can refer to them, for each of the submodels. So for the 17 different submodels in the wildfire distribution version 3 model, there are individual AUC curves that help us and our clients within the company, the asset strategy teams that develop the mitigation plans to understand how predictive that model is. And that helps them to use that model from an insight perspective to develop the work plan. So generally the AUCs for those 17 models are between 0.6 and as high as 0.87, I think is the highest one. Depends on the data, depends on how many samples there are. But usually we're using models between either 0.6 and the high 0.8s with AUC curves scores.
And John Eric, are there plans essentially to try to improve those values and essentially the predictive performance of those models? What are kind of the roadblocks there?
Constantly looking to improve. I appreciate the question. Constantly looking to improve the predictive performance of the models. They're heavily dependent on data. And so the models are tested and trained on the events, the outages, and the ignitions. So we're constantly looking to curate and collect that, improve that data. For example, where did the ignition occur? The outage, exactly where did it occur? When we record an outage or an event, do we really understand what was the causal pattern? And getting the data from our troubleshooters as they're responding and improving those data collections. The other data that's also important is the asset data and the environmental data. All of the long list of variables that goes into machine learning models, we're constantly looking to improve that data. So that's really the ongoing work of modeling, is to seek to improve their predictive power.
Great, thank you. Responses from the other utilities?
Sure, I can speak about the wings planning model at SDG&E. So we don't use machine learning inside of our ignition rate for the wings planning model. We start with the ignition rate historical data, and then we use the overhead length, max wind speed, percent hardening, and circuit health and vegetation data to normalize it across our models. So that's how it's used at SDG.
Thank you. Comment from Ray Figueroa.
Yes. So as I was saying in our integrated wildfire mitigation strategy, our foundation for mitigation selection, which helps feeds our selection criteria, we looked at consequence-based. And so it's a little different. And I'll touch on the machine learning in a minute. And the reason we did consequence-based, even if an area has a really low, or an asset has a low probability of starting fire, it could still start a fire. And starting that fire in a high consequence area, it's just something we don't want. So we looked at it from a consequence standpoint to be our foundation, not the POI models. However, to answer your question, we do have POI models at our machine learning at the driver and the subdriver level. Our data scientist team is constantly examining that, looking for areas of improvement. One area we did of an improvement, just to point this out, because you were asking about improving the models, we have what we call a fire incident preliminary analysis, where we investigate all fires and also potential fires. And what I mean by that is signs where there's arcing or where you see signs that there was a spark occurred. We investigate all those, and we incorporated those into our machine learning model. So we had a better, richer data set to help train the model so it could understand better and improve. So we're constantly making adjustments on it. How accurate and not accurate it is, I don't have that detail with me right now, but I know in our WMP in Appendix B, we did put some more detailed information there. So that's what I can give you right now. There's follow-up questions where I can't answer. If we needed to get more information, I can definitely help get those answered.
Thanks, Ray. Just a quick follow-up question on that. So SCE does have the AUC ROC curves as well as a confusion matrix in there, which was very helpful. Where is the probability of ignition models? Where are they being used in the mitigation selection process, or are they not being used? What portion, I guess, of essentially the planning application are they being used in?
Right. So we really use it a little in understanding, like, what are the drivers that are driving on certain segments or assets to understand potential mitigations to deploy. But what we have done here in our planning process is we have engineers looking at everything we're scoping for undergrounding, cover conductor, making sure it's A, it's needed, and B, it's actually appropriate. So we do use it a very little in our, but not as much. We're really still wanting to get eyes on those structures because we feel that's still the best. And, you know, we're using it very lightly in the planning part. More we're using the real humans to look at the drivers, the area there, to make sure we're understanding everything.
Great, thank you. Jessica Block.
Hi, sorry about that. Zoe, those were fantastic questions. Thank you for those. I wanted to ask, well, to what extent are these, so I was, participating on the panel this morning, and I was particularly interested in what Tom Rolinski had to say in terms of their monitoring and distinctions across their 11 fire climate zones, and curious to know what each utility is doing in their risk assessment divided by potentially ecoregion or fire risk region, which may have something to do with vegetation type and vegetation behavior. Are there any specifications that each of you can speak to around how they're designating, in particular in places where machine learning is being applied?
Yeah, I'll sorry, this is Tom Rolinski. I'll let some others here speak, because I think provide an answer here this morning, or at least I addressed part of Jessica's question here with regards to our fire climate zones and how those are developed, and some of the things that we are looking at, and talking a little bit about our partnership with University of Colorado and using a remote sensing technology to kind of take a look at different aspects of the vegetation type, health, age of the vegetation, those kinds of things that relate to fuel flammability. But let me hand this over to Brian here, who I think wants to chime in a little bit. You there, Brian? Not hearing Brian.
Okay, so can we hear from the other utilities while Brian is fixing this up?
Yeah, let me go a little bit and I'll ask John Eric to provide other continued commentary on it. But I think to your point, Jessica, on the PG&E side, as John Eric was talking about, the probability of ignition models for us, we have a series of probability of ignition models, and a few of them are focused entirely on vegetation because those are machine learning built models. And so we haven't separated out the climatic zones specifically because that comes at us basically through the events upon which the models are trained and the specific characteristic around those events that we use to train the models. So we do have a probability of ignition from what we call, branch failure, probability of ignition from trunk failure. That's how it factors in the vegetation aspect of it. Now, the consequence piece of it, which is also, layers in, we use the long term. What we've planned in our risk models is we look at it as if the vegetation was fully grown in there, not that there was burnout periods. And the reason for that is our planning models are intended for long-term resilience, and we're anticipating when the forest or the fuel load is pretty high in those areas. So that's how we view the vegetation aspect, both on the probability of ignition as well as on the consequence side. John Eric, do you want to add anything more to that?
Just the only thing I'd add is that the information that you would use to create zones, the types of climatic zones that you're referring to, that information is brought into the model in the variables that are used to test and train, not the test and training variables, but the variables that are used to describe and they're in developing the machine learning model output for example, the probability of a branch failing or a trunk failing. So we don't develop the zones necessarily, but we use a lot of the data. But as Andy mentioned, we're looking at a 2030 future. But we do have actual tree data on the probability side that we bring in. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Hello, guys. This is Brian Landry. Just to chime in, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So just to draft a little bit of what the other two utilities stated. So the way to think about this is instead of having a macro sort of region like a PIROM, like a flyer climate zone, we have very, very granular vegetation data, 30 meter by 30 meter. So we can be more specific than we can with FPI when predicting sort of how the fire is going to interact.
Great, thank you for that. Good, so I guess now we can, comment from SDG&E.
Yeah, no, I think the other two utilities captured it well. It's very similar to SDG&E. We're really looking at the tier 2, tier 3, and then adjusting the ignition rates based off of that vegetation data that we have. So as John Eric said, all of that data is within the model itself when we're making those investment decisions.
Great, thank you. Good, so now question from Joseph.
Yeah, I'll go back to consequence. So in previous years, the utilities sort of three here agreed on a framework for the consequence model, which was the Techno-Silva Wildfire Analyst, which it was great that everybody's using the same thing in the same way. So that you had some traceability and visibility into that. The only problem was there's an 8-hour limitation on the fire spread, and it doesn't really predict very well the most catastrophic fires that actually do most of the damage in California. So this year, all utilities seem to have significantly adjusted their consequence models, I think, in response to this. But each one has done it in a completely sort of boutique, unique, and not completely objective or rigorous way. So I guess the question is, are we walking away from the idea of risk assessment as the basis for our choices on mitigation and back to subject matter expertise?
Hey guys, so thanks, Joe. I can answer that just a little bit. So as you know, and you're part of sort of the risk OIR, there are other frameworks out there, specifically a LARP, which we'll get into a little bit more. So we feel that our IWMS strategy is consistent with that. We've identified areas that are broadly unacceptable. And we've identified areas where there could be some need or justification for reduced sort of mitigations, and that's our other HFRA. The second point I'll sort of point out is that, you know, I hear this refrain quite often that there's a limitation on the burn spread. There's not a limitation on the burn spread. I think what's appropriate is that we benchmark to a consistent 8-hour burn because we think that better represents the first burning period. I think all utilities have burned, quote unquote, in the Technosilver burn engine past that. In fact, you'll hear from PG&E and probably San Diego themselves that we have also gone to 24-hour simulations, but we don't see a change drastically in the spatial pattern of the consequences. And what you'll hear in our future sort of WMP filings is that even if we look for higher temperatures, drier fuel moistures, the spatial patterns generally stay the same. So I'd just be cautious about some of the basis of that conjecture there. Thank you.
Great. Comment from other utilities? SCE, Ashley? No, I mean, PG&E?
I'll let John Eric.
Yeah. So I can respond to that. Let me see if this, if you can see me or not. First of all, there'll always be a role for subject matter interpretation of models. Models are for insights, not for answers. So we're not walking away from that per se. That's always going to be part of this. As to the role of the 8-hour simulation, Joseph, you're right that there's a limitation there, but that's why PG&E's taken the approach that we're using the 8-hour fire simulations, not explicitly, but we're interpreting that through an additional model, trying to use those outputs to try to tie them to historical fires. And looking for the trends of what is it in the 8 hours, essentially, what is it in the 8-hour simulation that is indicative of the worst and most catastrophic fires, and using that to guide our consequence model. But I will acknowledge this is an ongoing area. Anybody who's working in fire simulation and consequence modeling will tell you that the science is relatively new, and there's a lot of great collaboration going on and learning. And I think California is in a great place to keep moving this forward. But by no means is it to the point where you take it right out of the box and that's the answer. It has to be interpreted and applied by the subject matter experts.
Great, thank you. Ashley?
And I can say for SDG&E, I know Joseph Mitchell, you said that the consequences drastically changed. We're still using the same Technosilva model, so we haven't had these major shifts, but we are exploring and looking at those longer duration burns to see if it validates the model that we've been using and if it makes sense with what we are doing. I'll echo what John Eric mentioned too. The models help to guide us towards a mitigation, but it's never going to give us all the answers. That engineering desktop feasibility will always be needed when we're making mitigation selections and looking at things that we just can't put in the model. We can't put every easement or environmental constraints. So while the model helps to guide us in the direction, we're always going to have that subject matter input and flexibility for adjustments.
Ashley, this is probably going to be more of a matter for a data request than for you to be able to answer here, because this is something I just discovered yesterday as I was playing with the SDG&E data. And I had not expected to see a lot of difference between last year and this year's model, but I'm seeing very large differences in the consequence model. So I'll just, I won't put you on the spot and ask you why, but I will, I'll be asking your team why. But just in general then, since this is a learning process and it is new science and things are changing all the time, aren't our prioritizations for where risk should be abated and mitigated going to be changing pretty significantly over the next few years?
And Joseph Mitchell, I apologize, I was a little distracted. I am getting pinged by one of our expertise. If we want to answer that first question about the consequence, it's related to our structures destroyed, and we can answer that for you if you'd like.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. So does any other utility want to answer Joseph's second question? Andy?
Let me take a shot at
Okay.
answering Joseph's question. I think as we saw actually at PG&E saw as we moved from version 1 to version 2, and now we're on version 3 of our wildfire distribution risk model, right? We did see a big change when we moved from version 1 to version 2. And that was primarily because when we incorporated the consequence aspect, we had the aspect of ladder fuels that were not in the model in the consequence aspect before. And once we put those in, we did see a big shift. We're not seeing as much of a shift. There'll always be, you should always expect some shift to happen from where, as you input new data, as you put in new constraints or new features on top, you would expect to see a change in where the risk is shifting. That would indicate that your model is actually, is it improving? Obviously, vetting it with the area under the curve, the rock curve specifically. But for the most part, that shift is relatively minor. And so the challenge that we have then is mitigations that we've started down the path. At what point do you shift those mitigations? Our decision is once it's past a certain threshold, we let those mitigations finish out. Because things like hardening take a significant amount of time to prep, get the community involved, communicate that out. And so there is a bit of a grandfathering in there. Overall, our risk models are telling us at the highest levels that the risk within the high fire threat district still stays within that area. There are slight shifts, but not to a huge degree. So we'll prioritize in the future as these models get better on these long-term planning models. But there is some got to manage it with the phasing in process.
Yeah, and I'll just echo what was just stated by Andy, which I think was very well. It behooves us as sort of a utilities to continue to improve our models. And you can see what really drove a lot of improvement in the last year or so is that we started calibrating with CAL FIRE data. So in CAL FIRE, we found that there's some fuel types, specifically timber litter, that were underrepresenting the sort of burn and rate of spread and flame lift. And this is presumably out of the oak fire. And what happened is, based on that data, we were able to adjust the rate of spread and develop a new fuel layer to better represent those types of burns and those specific fuel types. So that's not a bad thing, and it may sort of change the relative ranking, but really it's, if you look at the specific fuel types, the changing consequences specific to those specific areas. If you're to take those in and out of the models actually stay relatively the same. So there's something we really need to look at the spatial pattern of all the consequences, and you really need to look at them in that context. So just important to do.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and if I can continue on that same sentiment, I agree with what the other two utilities said. As we continue to better quantify that risk, I anticipate that there will be some shifts within the model, right, in the output, especially because we're looking at adding some new components that don't currently exist within the model. And we're looking at exploring those areas and adding that to the model. I also think we have some evolving risk, right? So the risk over time may be changing in areas, and that would also change possibly our mitigation selection or output as we continue to evolve those models.
Great, thank you. Good, I think we can move on. So questions from Zoe or Jessica?
Yeah, I can go next. So
okay.
Staying again in the planning models and then on the consequence side of those planning models. SCE and their WMP mentioned considering both wind and fuel-driven fire types in those consequence scores. And so I was hoping they could fill in essentially whether and how the environmental condition inputs for their each of those two different fire types are included in their 444 weather scenarios. If they've really looked at kind of the difference in consequence between these two fire types, regional differences in these two fire types, and then in general, how often does the maximum consequence that they select from those TechnoSilva match drop simulations actually result from a fuel-driven fire type?
Yeah, so Zoe, I can answer that just to start, and we may pull in Tom Berlinski to give some additional flavor here as well. So if you think about it, each fire climate zone, each pyrome will have a different sort of fire regime that's predominant in those areas. You're gonna have windy areas, you're gonna have areas that are predominant with sundowner winds, you're gonna have areas that are predominant for summer sort of fuel-driven fires. In our previous sort of model, in the model that going back to Fire Map 1 and Fire Map 2, what we found is there's 41 weather scenarios that were developed using those they were really primarily not representative of every single part of our service territory, every one of the pyromes. So what we thought, and you can hear from PG&E as well, we expanded all of those different fire weather scenarios and fire weather days to better represent a wide diversity of types of fires where we've seen across the service territory. So you got to think about not just windy days, but also dry days. And you got to also in context, and Tom's going to fill in here a little bit, is that when we look at the relative ranking of these consequences, that's why we're taking the max consequence and not a probability of that consequence happening in a specific area. Because as sort of Ray pointed out, we are really worried about the consequence and we're going to mitigate based on that consequence that could happen, whether it's fuel driven or whether it's wind driven. And then Tom, I think you wanted to follow up there.
Yeah, just a couple things here. One is that when we look at wind-driven fires, the weather conditions specifically can vary considerably from location to location during a wind event. So that's one of the reasons why we selected a large number of days to represent windy conditions across our service area, because it might be windy up in the Sierra, but not in Southern California, and vice versa. Or it could be windy in certain parts of Southern California and not in others. So we wanted to use a large number of events to sort of capture sort of all the different flavors and nuances of wind events in our area. When it comes to fuel-driven fires, we're mostly looking at, excuse me, more some more homogeneous type of weather conditions, basically hot, dry, and in some cases unstable conditions. And those are more uniform and, like I say, homogeneous across our areas. So we don't have to consider a large number of weather events to represent consequence conditions for those types of fire scenarios. And then the other thing I was going to mention here is that we have looked at, or we do know where the differences between where fuel-driven fires occur and where wind-driven fires typically occur, because you know, we obviously have that fire history, and we could take a look at when those fires occurred, where they occurred. So we have a good understanding of the different locations that are subject to those types of different fires. So hope that helps a little bit and fills in the blanks.
It does.
Yeah. Sorry, just a quick follow-up question. So those 444 weather profiles, are they the same profiles that are essentially applied at every asset point where you're doing the match drops, or are they customized to the location of the asset?
No, we do 444 weather scenarios at every single match drop. So 444 times, 12 million ignition points.
Right, thank you. And then the other IOUs, when you're performing your TechnoSilva simulations, do you have profiles that distinguish between fuel and wind-driven fire types, and where are you getting those profiles from?
Hey, on the PG&E side on this, we use a large selection of our worst weather days for the Technosilva simulations. But then with the last model, the version 3 model that we're using currently, we also bring in the fire potential index that our meteorology team employs on the operational side to cover the conditions of all days. And so when we're going through this, the model development to looking at which days are potentially destructive in each location, we're using the FPI and the Technosilva simulations to cover the worst weather days and all the other days of fire season across the years that we're using for the consequence model. So that's our way of approaching that we're casting a net wide enough that we're capturing the wind days and the wind conditions, and then just the days when it's fire season and fuels are a problem, but maybe the winds aren't there.
And then John Eric, I'm glad you brought that up. When you say all days for the FPI, are you doing like a 20-year backcast? What's all days?
So we use 571 worst weather days for the Technosilva simulations. Scott, check me if I'm right. I believe those are the last 20 years. And then the FPI, Scott, remind me how many years that goes back.
Yeah, that goes back through, we have data all the way back to 1989. I believe in the model, we go back to January 1st of 2008, but we're not using, winter days and things of that nature.
Right. Thanks, Scott, for that assist.
Thank you. Comment from SDG&E.
Yeah, we're very similar to the other two utilities. So we're similar to SCE in using the worst conditions and then running that through the Technosilva model, getting the max buildings destroyed in acres, and then we use that in our MAVF. So that's how SDG&E is using it. And then the difference in the consequence model was really the buildings destroyed versus buildings affected that was updated in Technosilva.
Great, thank you. Jessica?
I'm not sure this is an appropriate question for this session, but I'm going to ask it anyway. To what extent, as changes in the modeling and the risk modeling are being made over the last couple of years, to what extent are those changes and observations being documented so that energy safety understands why the results are changing due to the quantitative changes in the analysis?
Yeah, this is
Yes,
actually
sorry.
Yeah, I can kick us off here. So SDG&E recently went to AWS, so we're now cloud-based. So any changes in the model moving forward will now be documented, and we have some version trackability. Prior to that, it was a little bit more difficult when we were working within Excel-based databases between model updates. While we have all of that tracked, it's much more reproducible now that we've migrated to the cloud. So moving forward, any type of update or change to the model will be able to be tracked and version controlled.
Thank you.
Yeah, so very similar response from Edison. We have different versions of our consequence models. We have constantly refreshes of our POI model, and we will have additional refreshes of our IWMS model, and we have documentation to support that in Appendix B, and we're happy to field more questions on that.
Andy?
Yeah, this is Andy. For PG&E side, as John Eric would say, but we document all the models, right? And we document kind of like the methodology we're going through. We document the data sets we use to feed the machine learning models. And then we document the outputs of it and give that for external testing so that can be validated and checked. And then we kind of publish that specifically. We've done that consistently from version 2 and version 3, and we'll continue down that path.
Great, thank you. Good, we have about 6 minutes left, so we can start again with Joseph.
Yeah, just a question to PG&E. Why? Well, I would like to talk about rapid earth fault current limiter and maybe ask questions to both PG&E and SCE. PG&E, what are you planning to move forward with REFCL, or have you sidelined that in favor of undergrounding?
No, so for our perspective, right, we first, we learned from Australia about REFCL. We started a pilot in Calistoga. That pilot ran into a bunch of hurdles. That pilot has now been successfully completed. So we've got that tested in our system, and we've learned a lot from how to deploy REFCL specifically. So now it's a tool in our toolkit to use as appropriate. We feel pretty strongly that given the locations and given the tree density for us, that that undergrounding is the preferred option, right? Especially when the tree density is fairly high, because REFL is rapid earth fault current limiter, which means if a tree comes down and knocks it down, then you'd be relying on REFCL. Our take on it is where we're not going to underground, right? Then we look at what is the appropriate protection mechanism over there. Covered conductor with REFCL is very promising. So that'll be more prominent as we go forward to cover the areas that will not be undergrounded. That's where we'll think about deploying REFCL.
Okay, and with SCE has been fairly successful with its REFCL pilots, although they also experienced a lot of challenges in order to get there. Australian sources seem to say that without additional mitigation like covered conductor, REFCL is about 90% effective in preventing ignition from phase to ground faults. In SCE's analysis, it looks more like 50%. And I was wondering why it is that SCE thinks that REFCL is going to have a limited efficiency in preventing phase to ground faults.
So the comparisons are actually a little apples to oranges. So yes, Australia talks about that 90% on phase to ground. When we had ours, it talks about it's all faults. So there could be that phase to phase fault. So not all faults are going to be phase to ground. Some will be phase to phase. So that's why when you factored in that not all faults are phase to ground, you have phase to phase faults. That's why we have a lower mitigation effectiveness than the Australian companies. And that's why we're really looking at pairing it with covered conductor, because that will prevent against the phase to phase faults. And then REFCL would do the phase to ground. And so that's our methodology and our approach, is coupling those together will get us the effectiveness we believe we need.
And what's that? Do we have a number for that effectiveness yet?
I believe we put it in the I thought we put it in the WMP.
I don't think so.
Oh, then I do not have that number off the top of my head. But I know we have looked at. Oh, we talked about it as strength. It'd be high. I know we've calculated. I don't have it with me right now.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Good. So we have about 3 minutes left. Let's go to Zoe.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me just so I'm sorry. Pick something real quick here. Egress models. So SCE is the first to, well, not the first, but they're currently employing an egress model. My specific question for this is the threshold that's selected of 0.5 roadway to population density threshold for then qualifying as egress constrained. How much of that, I guess, pixelation, the plexos, is contained in urban versus rural versus very rural?
Yeah, Zoe, so I can answer that. So that's a very good question, because that's something we struggle with. This egress model that you've seen is not our first. This is probably like our version X, right? So one problem that we have in Southern California, and this is no surprise to anyone, you can go on a Tuesday afternoon in the middle of the day, you're going to face gridlock, right? But not all of those locations are actually in high fire risk areas, right? So our high fire risk area is primarily rural or WUI adjacent. So if you really look at our locations that we have that are WUI adjacent into our high fire risk areas, a lot of those places are undergrounded, so to say. So I would say it's not so much a rural versus urban issue. It's really, do we think this is a prudent look when we pressure test the locations that we know have egress issues? And you'll see a big overlap between our communities of elevated fire concern, specifically in the Angeles Forest. That was sort of a benchmark that we looked at. Is this a really true indication of, do we have an egress issue or not? Or are we being over conservative? The second part too, this is important to remember, it's not just an egress model writ large, right? This is not looking at TomTom data on a regular traffic day. This is also the other part that Ray talks about is also fire frequency. So the population to road ratio is 1/2, but it's also the historical fire frequency. We didn't go back to the 1800s when these places were not urbanized. We stuck with about 1970. And it's interesting you bring that up because 1970s, probably we have good modern fire suppression. We can trust the fire data, but also you have a lot of historical development. There's various waves of development in Southern California, the 20s, the 50s, the 70s. And this is one where we felt comfortable. When we tweak this a little more, and you're going to see in the future, and one of the challenges we have to look at is, do we continue to see these egress issues in these locations? And this is a bigger issue than just Edison. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does, thanks. And so basically that high fire frequency variable or term kind of pulls it away from the urban areas and more into the what we would kind of think of as higher fire risk.
That's right. That's right. And then you do have some survivorship bias, right? So you have some of these towns that have survived for 100 years that we don't have historical fire records, but we still believe that a fire could go through it and it could trap the population, right? So we didn't want to look at that.
Yeah, and so then a piece of my question there is, I understand the desire to want to anchor it to historic fires, and then I do wonder if there are areas that the historic fire data set might be missing that haven't earned but would be very high fire risk that are then not essentially catching that overlap with your egress model.
That's a great question. And that's the reason where we pressure tested this against communities of elevated fire concern. There's places like Lake Arrowhead that has been around for 100 years. We don't have a historical fire scar that burned Lake Arrowhead down, thankfully, but we do feel that that's an area, for instance, that is very risky. And that's why we built in this community risk factor in there.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Good. So now we're at 2:07. So I think we can take a 10-minute break. And we'll start here at 2:15 for our public Q&A. Thank you. Okay, and we're back. It's 2:15. We'll just give everyone maybe a minute to get back. Great. So what we'll do now is we'll begin questions from the public. So for interveners, if you had additional questions, we can get to those after the members from the public have asked all their questions, and if there's additional time. So you can either ask a question by raising your hand or by asking it through the chat function of this app. So it looks like we have a question from Thomas Long.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Tom Long from Turn. I was struck by the fact that none of the utilities addressed cost effectiveness when selecting mitigations in their presentations. Even though a lot of time and effort has been put into the methodology for making such cost effectiveness calculations, which are generally referred to as risk spend efficiency or RSE, or sometimes benefit cost ratio. And to me, this is surprising, given that the utilities face a very stark choice when thinking about system hardening. They can choose a very expensive mitigation, undergrounding, or a much less expensive mitigation, covered conductor. And with covered conductor, Southern California Edison has estimated that it's 70% effective in preventing ignitions. It's very straightforward to implement. It can be supplemented with REFCOL and other developing technologies. And as I said, Edison's claimed great success with it, and as a way to reduce risk quickly. Now, undergrounding does have higher effectiveness, but it's much more expensive and almost always takes longer than covered conductor to implement, has a high level of execution and schedule risks. You can get pretty far down the road, the planning and execution road with undergrounding, and then realize it's not going to work for a particular location, and then you've missed the opportunity to get risk reduction all that time. So my question is about whether the utilities are using project level RSEs, or benefit cost ratios, in choosing mitigations for a given high risk location. And to provide context for my question, let me just remind everyone what OEIS said in response to PG&E's wildfire mitigation plan last year in area of continuing improvement, or ACI, number 22-34. This one says, PG&E's current process of prioritizing wildfire mitigations assigns a high priority to undergrounding and does not demonstrate adequate weight to risk model outputs or RSE estimates. And under the heading required progress, OEIS said, in its 2023 WMP, that's this one, PG&E must conduct a quantitative analysis of alternative mitigation techniques. And it said this must, among other things, it said, incorporate RSE estimates and risk model outputs at a project level. So now my question, beginning with PG&E, at the project level, which is what OEIS said in this ACI, are you calculating RSEs or benefit cost ratios to help you decide which mitigation alternative is the best one for a given high risk location? So I'd like to hear from PG&E first and then hear from the other utilities after that. Thanks.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Tom, for that question. At the project level, PG&E does, as we do our scoping of the project, we look for specifically what's the best way to go about mitigating that effectiveness. You get that once you get to the location, and you can specify what are the challenges you're going to feel at the location to best calculate the cost benefit ratios for that specific location. So we do it. Our risk models overall are guiding us to where we want to do that work. And then as we go do that work, we are biased at this stage towards undergrounding, because what we feel for the long-term perspective, it's long-term more cost-effective to do undergrounding. And that's why we've gone down that path.
Andy, excuse me for interrupting, but I've asked a number of data requests about this, and I've gotten the exact opposite response, that PG&E is not calculating RSEs at the project level. So have you been involved in the data request responses?
I've not been directly involved in those data response requests. I'll ask if I don't mind. I believe we have got a couple of our people here from the grid hardening section, which is where this comes in. Let me check and see if Brad Coling or others have been on the call for today at this.
Great. In the meantime, does any other utility want to address Tom's questions?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit for SDG&E. So similar to PG&E, it is part of the RC calculation when looking at optimal mitigations is part of the WINGS output. So when it's suggesting a mitigation, it has already gone through the analysis of doing risk and efficiency calculation and looking at those thresholds. So that's part of the analysis. I also wanted to mention, I know the cost of undergrounding and covered conductor. At SDG&E, we've been able to reduce the undergrounding cost quite a bit, where the gap is much closer than it used to be. And recently in the model, we've been able to add in life cycle cost. So looking at the total cost of maintenance of overhead, the total cost of maintenance of undergrounding, along with that vegetation risk and the impacts of PSPS, and quantifying that cost as a reduction over the lifetime of the asset. So that is included as also looking at that cost to benefit ratio when we're selecting mitigations at San Diego Gas and Electric.
Okay.
This is Jonathan Oldbaum from SDG&E. Tom, just to give a little bit more color to the comparison of difficulty of installing covered conductor versus undergrounding, there are some significant challenges, at least for SDG&E, in the covered conductor options as well, including easements, right? It may seem that where we have overhead systems that we're able to have easy easements and acquire additional easements, because we do need wider easements when we're going with the larger infrastructure. Additional mitigation against fire is the bigger structures, and then wider conductor spacing and so forth, right? So that means more easements, and that provides challenges both from an easement permitting as well as construction aspects, right? So in some cases, we've been able to get, in some years, we've been able to get similar mileage between underground and overhead construction, especially where we have existing roads. The construction part isn't as difficult, and even the terrain has been pretty easy so far, but I know there'll be some difficulties in like hard rock construction and so forth. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Hey, Luis, and I'll just respond. We've stated this in a number of different ways, but I'll just reiterate it for the group. Even the commission has realized that RICs it should not be the only factor that we consider. There's other operational realities, resource constraints, operational constraints, practicality, and also just the other drivers that undergrounding versus cover conductor may mitigate, or cover conductor versus other bare hardening may mitigate. So I think we've answered this sort of ad infinitum, but we'd happy to continue this discussion if we'd like to.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So is
I'm sorry, I'm Luis. Brian, who do you represent?
Edison, Southern California.
Okay.
Edison.
Okay, thanks.
Good. So PG&E, do you have? Are you ready to respond to Thomas's question?
No, I don't have the subject matter expert here. Tom, if you don't mind, could you give me the data request number so that I can trace it on our side? I can still look it up for turn.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Andy. We've asked it a number of different ways, but it's in data request 1, and I think 7 as well. We've asked for the data that you use to compare, the RSCs that you use to compare, and maybe also an 8 a little bit too.
Okay, let me take that as a follow-up, Tom. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so we asked for the data and we didn't get anything, and the answer, one of the answers we got was, oh, OEIS didn't require it, so we didn't provide it, and we didn't do it. But I just read the ACI that where OEIS did say they wanted it.
Got it. Thank you.
So we'll set this aside, and PG&E, if you could provide Thomas's answer outside of the workshop. The next question will be from William Abrams.
Thanks. Just sort of picking up what Mr. Long put down there and trying to understand sort of the risk-benefit efficiency and how that's leveraged by the utilities. One of the things that I sort of heard was that sort of a rationale for perhaps using that less for project level decisions is because there's a longer term outlook in terms of the mitigation activities. And so trying to understand how that investment time horizon is leveraged with risk spend efficiency. So, right, it's not a question of either using RSE or, looking at long-term investments, and so how is that calculated by the utilities? How is that incorporated in? Is that with something sort of in the lines of sort of return on safety? Is that sort of a return on investment? How is that calculated? That time horizon element, please.
Great. And before the utilities answer, William, do you want to introduce if you all belong to some kind of organization?
Sure. I'm Will Abrams. I represent Will Abrams in the proceedings.
Okay, so just a member from the public, not part of another like research organization or anything like that.
Luis, if I can speak for Mr. Abrams. Mr. Abrams has been a fire victim, and he's been very active, and we respect his opinion tremendously. No, well, let me answer your question overall. The way we think about it, right? And I'm not denying the cost benefit or the risk spend efficiency, but the way PG&E is looking at it, right? We've got a massive service territory to cover, and how do we provide the protection as quickly? Because your aspect was around time, as quickly, as expeditiously as possible. And that's why we've defaulted from a mitigation strategy into operational mitigations. Put in place mitigations like EPSS that we can put across the entire system in 1 year, which is what we did in 2022. And now that we have that protection in place during when the risks rise and fall, right? We have a way to protect against wildfire incidents or situations that could cause an ignition to become a catastrophic fire. Now that we have that, now you go about and say, how do you go about and effectively rebuild the system so that it's resilient for the long term? And when we say long term, we want to put it as long as possible, because the longer the time horizon, it has the effect of making it at a lower cost because you don't have to touch that infrastructure. And so when you think about it that way, the resilience viewpoint, those resilient projects will take longer, but they're not being done without the level of protection that's in place. So from a time perspective, protection is in place now. Now let's kind of go about and methodically do this as our risk models mature. Now you factor in at each individual location, right? What is the best mitigation you need to put in? Obviously, if the risk threshold is really, really high and fires could repeatedly come through that area, you want to find a way to eliminate the line. And that's why we say first, hey, we look for, can we do remote grids? Can we remove the line? Can we buy out customers in those places, put solar on their place and disengage them from the grid? Then we go down the path of, hey, can we underground it? Which is, again, taking the line out of that danger zone, because with extreme events, you may get past it in the short term, but over a 50-year lifespan, you're likely to encounter that event again. And if we do it in a larger one, it's going to drive our costs lower, which is how we're thinking about it. What we did do for system hardening and undergrounding, and I'll find the data request that Tom is referring to, but we applied this feasibility model. Our risk model gave us locations, and then we say, what's the feasibility feasibly driven by the terrain, the slope of the terrain, feasibly driven by the fact that it could be on hard rock, and feasibly driven by the fact that it could be next to a water cross. Factor those in to try and then select locations where we could do it sooner. So that's kind of our feasibility index that we overlaid onto those risk models for the undergrounding work. Selecting, of course, the top risk for undergrounding, and then we've got to see what's the right thing to do for the remainder of the segments that will not get the undergrounding treatment.
Yeah, and I guess part of what I'm just trying to understand from that, and that helps, thank you, it is, the trade-offs, right? So part of it is, okay, if we, put covered conductors over this space, it would reduce risk by, 10% over, 5 years. However, if we underground, within those 5 years, we're not, we might only get a 2% risk reduction, but over a 30-year time horizon, we're going to reduce risk by 25%, right? And then you're sort of foregoing the risk reduction that you would receive from the covered conductor, because you're not going to invest in that. You're going to invest in that undergrounding. So, you know, you're not going to get the same risk reduction over the short term, right? Because it takes longer to do it, but you're foregoing that, in this case, like 8%, you know, risk reduction to get you to that larger risk reduction over a longer period of time. And it's those types of trade-offs that is hard to tell from the wildfire mitigation plans for what we're making. Because obviously when you're investing in the long term, part of that is foregoing some risk mitigation in the short term. So how is the commission, how is energy safety supposed to evaluate that from the plans?
So we're not, so I want to be very clear, we're not foregoing and taking on the risk in the short term. So that's that hypothesis that you're putting out there in my mind is factually incorrect, because here's what we calculated: the wildfire risk score for PG&E's area, and we used the MAVA framework, which came out of SMAP. And we calculated that, and then we said, if you use PSPS, which gets in high wind days, and you use EPSS, which addresses dry hot, dry summer days, that combination pulls the wildfire risk down by about 90%. But we know EPSS and PSPS puts the burden of reliability and results in degraded reliability for our customers. So in the short term, we have the protection. Now for the long term, how do we get the protection plus we get the longer term reliability at the lowest cost over the long period of time? And that's how we've come to the conclusion that methodically doing the undergrounding, starting with the most feasible locations, also informed by risk and feasibility, and then burning that down would get us to the resilient situation that we need this grid to be in, given the changing climatic conditions.
When you say we have the protection, though, that's a variable thing, right? It's not like we have the protection or we don't have the protection. You know, I guess what I'm just saying is these are trade-offs. So again, if there were 100 miles of line and you could invest in covered conductors to mitigate 10% of the risk, you're not going to obviously, right, invest in covered conductors and then abandon those new lines to put it underground, right? That wouldn't make sense. So you are in some ways making a trade-off between, and again, these are tough decisions to be made. But absolutely, you are foregoing some short-term risk mitigation by not putting those covered conductors on those lines and saying, look, we're not going to do that because we're going to be undergrounding these lines over the next, years of time. So there is some of that trade-off that is inherently in this decision-making, and it's just not apparent from the wildfire mitigation plans.
See, okay, thank you. Well, so I think we have to move on to another question now. I went from Greg Morris, and then I know that we have one pending question from Charles Madison from CPUC Cal Advocates. It was on the chat. I will address that after we get a few more questions in from the public. So Greg, if you could ask your question.
Yes, thank you. And this is directed to PG&E. I've heard a lot of talk and I've read a lot about EPSS, Enhanced Powerline Safety Settings, but unfortunately, maybe it's just me, it's not very clear to me what that really entails. And I was just hoping you could give us a little more description of that. Thanks.
Sure, Greg. For us, enhanced powerline safety settings is we have on the distribution grid, you have devices like reclosers. And what this allows you to do is the setting, it's the normal protection scheme. And what we mean by protection scheme is if something comes into contact with the line, it creates what we call a fault. If the fault is of a sufficient magnitude, that device, the recloser, effectively shuts down the power to that section of that distribution circuit. Now, they come as part of standard manufacturing standards, they come with what they call a normal setting. And they also come with something that was called a hotline tag setting. A hotline tag setting was if a line worker was going to work that line and you were not going to turn off the power while that person is working the line, you put the setting on that device on hotline tag, which means you put it in an extremely sensitive position. Well, such that if should something happen while somebody is working there, this will turn it off almost instantaneously. So now you have these two settings, hotline tag and normal setting. What EPSS is somewhere in between. You've changed the sensitivity on the equipment that you currently have on your distribution grid. Now, by changing that sensitivity, it means if a fault occurs, driven by a branch coming into the line, a raptor whose wings touch both sides of the line, creating an arc, things like that, the line will turn off. The reason it'll turn off is because those type of events tend to lead to outages and it leads to ignitions. So we've adjusted the sensitivity of those devices across the entire high fire threat districts. By doing that, you have an added layer of protection. And we saw evidence of this in 2021 when we piloted, but much more so in 2022. And the evidence is very clear. When we enabled EPSS during risky conditions, across the entire fire season, across all of 2022, our ignition counts came down. Specifically in PG&E service territory, the number of reportable fire ignitions came down to 87, driven a large part of it because of EPSS enablement. So in summary, what EPSS is you adjusted the sensitivities such that when something comes into contact with the line, it'll turn off the power very, very quickly. I hope that helps, Greg.
Yes, thank you. So it's really the settings on, are those fuses, closers, or whatever they are.
Correct.
And then, yes, we've heard about, I think when you started doing that, you may have been getting too sensitive and people were complaining.
Yes.
But you're adjusting it to a point where, okay, so I understand. Thank you for that explanation.
Great, thank you, Greg.
Appreciate it.
Good. So now, since I see no hands up, I'm going to go to Charles Madison. So Charles Madison, are you here? Do you want to ask your question that you put in the chat? Okay, he's not here. So I will ask his question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, Charles. Okay, you were here. Perfect. We can hear you.
I was just asking, going back to one of the charts that you put up about this is for Southern California Edison, that distinguishes the severe risk areas and the high consequence areas. You seem to have hardened equal amounts of the mileage in each of those areas. And I'm just wondering, I was expecting more of a greater percentage of miles to be hardened in the SRA. And so how do you explain the equal distribution of resources dedicated to reducing risk?
Okay, great question. So our integrated wildfire mitigation strategy, we developed in late 2021, early 2022. This kind of goes back to one of the questions that was asked earlier about the changing models. So how we classified our area had changed. We originally were using a very targeted approach, which we called DOTS, that use the consequence and also the POI model to target those locations where to harden. And that's kind of what you're seeing is you're seeing one model, how we hardened it under that original model being hardened onto that, our current mitigation strategy. So it's just that how we have looked at the lens of the world has kind of changed. We are targeting, obviously, to get all of these areas hardened, but that's just that legacy. But I will say, when you look at it from a percentage standpoint, there is more of the SRA is hardened compared to the higher consequence area.
Great, thank you, Ray. Good. So any further questions now from the public? Just raise your hand or type it in. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I guess we'll go back to the panelists. Do any of the panelists, do you have any questions that you didn't get to ask during your the panelist workshop?
Sure, this is Joseph Mitchell. I've got a couple.
Okay.
Starting with SDG&E, when does SDG&E plan to incorporate community egress into its models, and when will it be doing so?
Yeah, that's a good question. I am going to ask one of the SMEs maybe to talk about this a little bit. If we could let Joaquin unmute himself.
Nathan, can you unmute Joaquin?
Hi everyone, this is Joaquin. Hi Joseph. Good question. We are doing final validation of the model, and we are thinking to incorporate it in the winds planning, most likely by the end of the year. But we need to calibrate. We need to evaluate the changes in our mitigations. One thing that we are seeing is that we don't want to double count with TechnoSilva.
Yes.
Okay.
So any changes, if I can just elaborate a little further, any changes within the model, we'll do a sensitivity testing to see what the outputs might be and make sure we're not doing any double counting before fully integrated. So it is road mapped and we are working on it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I think now we have a question from Henry Burton from Cal Advocates. Henry? Oh, okay, that was just a comment, not a question. Good, so I guess we can go back. Are there any further questions from anyone else? Members of the public? Okay, no questions, so we'll go back to Joseph. You said you had a couple more?
Yeah, sure. SCE, if you were to be asked to speed up your REFCL testing and deployment substantially, what would you need or want in order to do that?
So there's a lot of challenges. Some of it would be, we do have some supply chain issues getting some of the equipment because there's very limited people that make some of the equipment we need. So we're having to look at vendors. We would have to onboard more vendors and potentially get more manufacturers of the equipment, because that right now is some of our constraint issues we're finding. It's external parts outside of our control. So we're looking at minimum for a lot of this equipment, a 2-year procurement process, and then having to get it, install it, build it, test it to be deployed out. It's kind of hard for us to accelerate it. So that's just a little more background on why we're looking at the timeframes we are right now.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other questions from anyone other than Joseph? Okay, no questions. Okay, we can we can go on going.
All right.
Yeah.
To SE's definition of the severe risk area, you list a number of factors: significant fires, high wind exposure, wildfire vulnerability. How are these technically weighted, or is an area declared severe risk if it's any of the above factors are in play?
Overall, an area is considered severe risk if it hits any of the 3 or any of the 5, sorry, conditions. So it could hit 1, it could hit 5, but if it hits 1, it's considered severe risk.
Okay.
And we have a question from Zoe Harold, Green Power Institute.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll kind of follow up on the Joe's question regarding planning models and the consequence side. And so PG&E is also using essentially consequence tranches for their consequence evaluation now, and they're defining a destructive fire. Can they talk a little bit about essentially what classifications they're using for destructive fire, and then if they have any plans to, I guess, refine how they decide what's determined a destructive fire based on what they're currently using, which is FPI, and then a couple outputs from TechnoSilva simulations.
Yeah, so I'll let John Eric, who'll unmute and join and answer. Okay.
Yeah, Zoe, thanks for the question. First of all, you're asking why are we focusing on the destructive fire definition, or how are we doing that?
So I think both. First, the definition, because the definition is different from SCE's severe fire risk area, for example. So if you could talk about that a little bit, how you chose the definition for your threshold for destructive fire, and then how you're essentially doing the tranche assignment.
Right. Okay, thanks for that clarification. So we're looking to prioritize and distinguish between fires that are destructive and those that are not, right? Although we are concerned about fire and damage in any of our communities. As we look at, you've got the fire simulations from TechnoSilva, and as we talked about, those are limited in how much they can simulate as you go out 8 or 24 hours. But then we compare that with the historical data set. And it's important to remember we're comparing with the historical data set. So we're limited by our experience in the state. But as we look at the historical data set, we try to create correlations and identify thresholds. What is it that distinguishes the simulations in locations, and how are they similar to that same data for the historical fires? So for example, if you have a range of TechnoSilva simulations on the worst fire days in all the locations near our assets, and we look at those simulations in the locations where fires occurred, and then we say what distinguishes those simulations in the locations where the destructive fires occurred and non-destructive fires. And what we found is that we were able to identify thresholds on rate of spread in the simulation and flame length in the simulation. And so using that as a guide, then now we can look across all simulations and say, is this a location that has a rate of spread or a flame length higher than that threshold that aligns with the historical fires? Is that helpful? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, kind of. And so my question, because I'm looking at your plots actually while we're chatting, which no one else has the benefit of right now. But what I see is that the thresholds for both the FPI and then also the TechnoSilva simulations is that they capture everything that's classified as a destructive fire, but they're also kind of quantitatively leaky, I guess I'll say. So a lot of the smaller fires, the 100-acre fires, kind of make it through, which means that when it's essentially assigned to a tranche, even if it's going to result in a smaller fire, it will still be classified as the highest consequence in your tranche assignment. So I'm wondering, are there methods that are being worked on to kind of refine those tranche classification approaches?
Yeah,
Yes.
so Zoe, I could feel this just a little bit. So it's important to remember that you could have a small fire that can be immediately destructive to population, right? It could be immediately adjacent to a neighborhood. So it's not necessarily the fire size per se that is destructive, could be destructive, but you could have a fatality immediately with a small fire. So just wanted to clarify that point.
And so you are also pointing out that there are non-destructive fires caught in that net identified by that threshold, right? Now, and it's important, you tend to use the term leaky, which you always have some leakage if you're looking at the true positives and false positives, any type of statistical model, right? And that's why we continue to say models are for insight and not for answers. This is a statistical guide towards a dynamic problem. Also, looking at the historical fires, we're looking at it through the lens of the simulation data and the other data that we have collected. That doesn't mean that there aren't other data sets out there or other areas that we can more fine tune, and that's the area for future work. For example, consider you're looking at historical fires, we're looking at the simulations, and we're looking at the results. What was the response to CAL FIRE or other fire resources on that day? What were all the other aspects that resulted, whether there was suppression on that fire? So there are a number of other areas that maybe aren't covered, and those are areas for future investigation. So there's going to be some imprecision there, But the point is that we are capturing all of those fires that we have seen destructive with that threshold. To that point, 5 years from today, we could have a fire that was outside that threshold, right? So we have to take that into account as we're doing the modeling.
Great, thank you. And Joseph, do you have a question?
Yes, I wanted to follow up on that because
Okay.
I had a question about
Okay.
PG&E's consequence model too. I'm trying to, maybe it's how I'm reading it, but maybe you can confirm this. When I look at the highest consequence bin, so you have a point in the, 2 points in your geography, and both of them are in the highest bin. It looks to me like they're assigned the same consequence value, something like 267. Now, is that just an example you were giving in the slides that in the presentation for how you're preparing your model? Or do you have, does the consequence scale with some number that is, say, the 8-hour fire size or the flame length calculated by TechnoSilver or something like that? Is there a scaling, or once you're in the top bin, do you just get this big consequence value, boom, that's your consequence?
I want to think careful about what you're asking. The values you're seeing are representative. There's more tuning beyond that on those values, but we wanted to give a representation of how the categories in the bins.
Yeah, not so much. I can sort of understand how the bins are being categorized, but once something ends up in a bin, does that predetermine its consequence value, or does it have a consequence value that is calculated in addition to just being in that bin and having it calculated in a certain way?
There's some additional steps where we calibrate that. We try to calibrate that to MAVF, and so there's some movement from there. And also remember that you're looking at assessing a value for each day at that location, and then we look at the values across all those days. And so you're not going to end up with. It's very unlikely you're going to end up with 2 locations with the exact same value as that table kind of intimates.
Okay, so basically you go through each day, and each day gives you a different value or table category, and when you sum all those up, that will aggregate up to a consequence value.
That's how you're doing that, right? You're looking across all days and the proportion of days that are value destructive, and that's the value for that location.
Okay, thank you.
No, good question, Joseph. Thank you.
And so I'm sorry, can I just ask a really quick follow-up? Because for the FPI, because it's basically FPI or TechnoSilva are your binning parameters.
Yep.
What's the essentially the logical operator, or is that on a given day, whether FPI is R score of 4 or the TechnoSilva simulation was this, then it's a destructive fire and it gets 267. Is that how I'm reading this?
Yeah, so good question, Zoe. So as I mentioned before, we've got the worst weather days, and then we've filled in for the rest of the fire season days with the FPI values. So now as we look at each location on each day, if we've got if that day was a worst weather day, we look at those values, and we also look at the FPI. If that particular day is not a worst weather day, then we just look at FPI. So on that occasion, when you've got both, if either one meets the criteria, then we categorize it or we bin it as a destructive day. So it's an or.
Okay, thanks. And then does that mean, since there's a lot more FPI data that's coming into this consequence valuation, that the scores are inherently weighted towards what the FPI values are saying?
I don't know if they're more weighted towards that, but we needed something to capture all those the wildfire risk of the non-worst weather days. And we see that in the historical fires, that there's many destructive historical fires that occurred on those non-worst weather days. And that was the gap we're trying to fill in with the FPI.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Good, so we have about 6 minutes left. Any further questions? You still have a question, Zoe? I guess we can go to Joseph. Any other questions?
I think I'll just give people time back. Thanks.
Okay, good. So any questions from anyone else? Any panelists? Okay, so I think we'll give it back to Nathan.
Thanks, Luis. We'll take this last couple minutes, open the floor back up to the public for any questions on either the panel from earlier this morning or the one that we just had. Please feel free to raise your hand or type your questions into the chat. We'll give everyone a couple moments. I see David has raised his hand in the attendees list.
Hey, good afternoon. I appreciate this is a very technocratic forum, and your discussion today has been fascinating and impressive. But the Public Utilities Commission has invited members of the public and fire victims like me to offer our comment. As a resident of Sonoma County, my comments are addressed to PG&E. In the next 3 years, your plan calls for 155 miles of undergrounding in Napa County and only 7 miles of undergrounding in Sonoma County. 155 in Napa, 7 in Sonoma. Our Napa neighbors deserve every mile given their recent history with wildfire damage, but those of us in Sonoma County share a similar history and deserve a similar allocation of miles. The magnitude of the disparity between Napa and Sonoma can't be defended. Sonoma receives 22 times less mileage than Napa? Really? So let's review. Your equipment started fires that destroyed thousands of our homes. Your lawyers shielded you from the full liability to us. And now your new CEO holds out hope to us for a durable solution through a bold program of undergrounding, a vision for which he should be commended. But when you release the details in this plan, you slap Sonoma County residents in the face again, telling us that we won't be getting the benefit of this program anytime soon because we aren't among the highest fire risk communities in your service area. Really? Your fire risk algorithm generated results that don't match your reality that is historically and obviously different. Your model's output is unacceptable in the case of Sonoma County. To the PUC energy safety staff, thank you for requiring PG&E to publicly disclose the details of their undergrounding plans. Thank you for hosting this workshop to solicit public feedback. My question to you is, how can this regulatory review encourage PG&E to engage with the Sonoma community and modify their undergrounding plans to an appropriate level? I'm working with several of our Sonoma supervisors to invite PG&E leadership to a community forum where they can explain their undergrounding plans and answer our questions. Last month, a Cruise self-driving vehicle crashed into the back of a minibus in San Francisco. No doubt an enormous amount of skill and talent created the sophisticated algorithm that was driving that car. But the result was still wrong, and obvious to see, it ended up smashed against a bus. That is the analogy to this situation. You've run your sophisticated algorithm, but as it relates to Sonoma County undergrounding, you've run into the back of the bus. The disparity between Napa and Sonoma is obviously wrong. In the case of Cruise, they recalled the software on their fleet of 300 cars in order to fix the problem. In my view, PG&E needs to engage with the Sonoma community in order to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, David.
I think a brief response, Nathan. I think yesterday, Matt Pender and I said, reflected in kind of what David outlined specifically and said, listen, we're on our side, we're using the risk models as inaccurate or as accurate as they may be to provide us the best guidance we can to be equitable across all the service territory, and fully appreciate kind of what David has brought to the table. You're saying, hey, when you look at it from a Sonoma perspective, right? Sonoma seems that there's been less miles allocated to Sonoma. And he also mentioned that, hey, he would like a member of our team to be present in Sonoma. I've invited Ron Richardson, who's the VP for our regional service organization, really covering Sonoma, to see if I think Ron has held a session in Sonoma, but I think Ron would be happy to do further sessions with David, with you and members of your team and members of the Sonoma County on a further discussion on this. We're not unopen to further discussions because this will be an ongoing dialogue as we continue to build resilience into the system in the best way we know how. Ron, do you happen to be on the call?
I see Ron has his hand raised in the attendees list. Ring, can he be unmuted? Thank you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
All right. No, thanks, Andy, and I appreciate that. And Andy, you're correct. We did a town hall in-person meeting in Bennett Valley in Santa Rosa. And during that meeting, we talked about the reliability. We talked about the undergrounding, possible futures of that area. But I am more than open. I really enjoy doing these in-person town hall meetings. So I'm really looking forward that how the county supervisors reach out to me. And we'll get those on the schedule. But we are all in on doing these in-person town halls.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Andy and Ron. Looks like there's a question from Angela Gibson in the attendees list.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan. This is Angie Gibson, Vice President of Emergency Preparedness. And I understand there was a question in this session earlier from Will Abrams on what standards our Hazard Awareness Warning Center has on managing hazards and decision tree to responding to these hazards. And I wanted to provide our listeners and folks on the call with a quick response to that question. So our Hazard Awareness Warning Center is an all hazards warning center, which operates 24/7, 365. So as we started it to monitor wildfire ignitions, we've expanded it to also include many other hazards across our service territory, including land movement, avalanche danger, earthquakes, tsunamis, solar storms. We have a whole slew of hazards across California. It's a very complex threat landscape, and the HAWC is prepared to help support situational awareness to our field-facing operations organizations and the company leadership. One of the important factors in understanding how PG&E responds to emergencies is to understand that the HAWC isn't the sole driver of our response. So when we talk about how we respond to wildfire, for example, it's a combination of our public safety team, our field ops team, as well as the HAWC and many others. Our public safety team is responsible for the engagements that we have with our public safety community. They perform all our first responder workshops, but they're also really engaged with our public safety community during ignitions. And the HAWC isn't the organization that pushes our response. If we see smoke or we hear radio traffic, then our folks are up and responding, absent any push from the HAWC to do so. That said, we have escalation criteria that allow us to push escalation from our initial response to ensuring we're engaging everything in on the response. And we have that by functional area. So for example, with electric distribution, we really push from an ignition perspective. If the fire is 5 acres, beginning with 5 acres and within a mile of the infrastructure or any size outage exists, we're making sure folks are out there engaged and monitoring closely from a central location. Same holds true for our electric transmission. If it's 1+ acres within 2 miles, we're making phone calls and confirming and validating that we've got folks that are engaged. When the public safety specialists start to respond, they'll immediately call the HAWC and let them know, hey, I'm responding to an ignition in this particular area. And then the HAWC will make sure that they're monitoring radio traffic duplicatively so that we can ensure that we're putting everything we've got in the field to help protect our communities and support our first responder community. With an earthquake, we have specific standards for how we respond to those. We're very fortunate. We have a model that provides us notification automatically that's integrated with USGS. And that model is called our Dynamic Automated Seismic Hazards Model. We call it DASH. And so when an earthquake occurs, the DASH system will push a notification out to all of our subscribers within the company, alerting them to the magnitude, the Mercalli scale, as well as the location of the earthquake. And through the modeling, it will also tell us if we need to perform assessments on any specific pieces of infrastructure, including facilities, electric, gas, power generation, nuclear, et cetera. An example of how this worked well for us was in our December 20th earthquake up there in the area of Ferndale. We were able to immediately, in combination with Shake Alert, we received our early notification that the earthquake had occurred, and we had a model in front of us within 7 minutes that told us the magnitude, Mercalli scale, and specifically what infrastructure we needed to start assessing. And so these are just some of the tools that we have and how we support first responders in our communities with a lot of these notifications. And I'll pause there if there are any additional questions.
Thanks, Angie. I see, I think Will, looks like you have a follow-up.
Yeah, thanks very much, and I appreciate that that overview. Perhaps I missed this piece of it, but Ms. Gibson, perhaps you have some information around this. But the couple things that I didn't hear from that description were one, time, right? So you mentioned that you would confirm and validate, that you would send resources in certain cases, and that you had those standards. But what I didn't hear within that was, within 10 minutes of this type of report, we deploy these resources. They need to report back within X period of time so that we can close the loop and understand, or make an assessment and then report back. So I didn't hear the time element, but perhaps I missed that. And the other piece here that just sort of looking for is, obviously the objective here is to get an assessment on the situation, and address the risks as soon as possible. But, understanding the elements of sort of a quality response and measuring that are also things that I sort of didn't hear from that. So one being sort of that efficiency and that time element. But, some of that might be, regarding how effective the response is and how good was the inputs going into that from the Hawk in terms of validating that. What I heard was sometimes that's validated via social media, sometimes that's validated through a myriad of resources. And so having a confidence in what is that mix that then leads to sort of better outcomes or better reporting and better response. So it's those types of sort of measurements, if you will, of the response, rather than sort of the general subjective of, we send resources right away, we're on top of it. That's more along the lines of sort of what I was looking for, if you have that information. Thank you.
No, thank you, Will. This is a really great dialogue. And I love the fact that you're being curious and asking all these questions. I would share with you that, one thing to consider in this space is, the agency having jurisdiction is the first responsible responder, right? We're there to support that incident commander. And so with that in mind, the time element is immediate. Right? As soon as we get awareness of something happening, whether it's from the camera system, It's from the Hawk monitoring the radio traffic, like we shared yesterday. We've been partnering with Broadcastify to expand that radio coverage and also provide it to anybody who has access to Broadcastify so that everybody can hear what's happening around them. And so when you talk about time element, we're not going to wait time to respond, right? Our response is immediate. As soon as we know, we're responding. The closing of the loop that you mentioned, that is done through a series of, three-way communication, which is a human performance tool that we use. And that comes back to the Hawk, and the Hawk has a channel in Teams that all the Hawk analysts are inputting, just like a dispatcher, all of the communications that they're having, so they can make sure that as they do their transitions and other analysts may take over what's happening on an incident, that they have a good seamless knowledge transfer. From a quality perspective, we conduct after action reviews on our incidents. There's obviously going to be a criteria for, when one of our emergency centers activates for a fire, that's really the trigger for us, analyzing that response. And so the teams, though, are very self-critical. So they are talking with each other. Hey, how'd we do on that? We're engaging with the first responder community. Do you have any feedback for us? That happens all the time on a routine basis. So I wouldn't say, I think what you're looking for is there a standard that requires that to be done? I would say there isn't a standard. It's just part of doing business. It's part of how we operate. It's a culture. And so,
I get that, and I won't belabor the point, although it probably seems to some that I am. Part of this is that, if you sort of think about the utilities as sort of the first responders for electrical infrastructure, right? Because you guys are the only ones that can touch that electrical infrastructure. So, of course, if you asked, an ambulance provider, right? How quickly do you respond if somebody is reporting a heart attack? They'll say immediately, right? And we're on that right away. And, we look at this in lots of different ways. But that doesn't suffice in terms of the quality standards that municipalities put on that ambulance company. They say you need to respond within 6 minutes of the call. And that's how they are graded on their performance. And in terms of, right, there are health outcomes that are measured. And, this is my common refrain around this type of thing, is the mantra that you can't manage what you don't measure. And certainly there's a lot of great work around the subjective subject matter experts after action report, talking about it. How can we better improve? How can we do that? But that's largely information that energy safety is not going to be able to provide, real oversight on, because it can't be readily put into a type of report that can be evaluated. It's very difficult to sort of compare across utilities, right? That's why the measurements of these things are so critical. And again, I just think we've gone through enough catastrophic wildfires where there have been reports back from utilities saying, well, we were on it right away, or we didn't know if that tree was, really in our area, or, we weren't sure what was going on. That we've sort of gotten past, in my view, sort of not being okay with just sort of saying we're going to do it quick. And so, just please, take that back, that I think there just needs to be measurement, process flows, real hard quality controls at every step in the process, and then not to exclude the subjectiveness, and not to exclude discretion from, your operators at the Hawk, because of course that comes into play. But where is that discretion? They have discretion up till 10 minutes, right? Whatever that is, but some parameters around that are just sorely needed. And it would be great to see those incorporated into the WMPs. But I would ask that, sort of those SOPs from each of the utilities are made available so that we can understand what that is and help support the growth of that moving forward.
Thank you for that, Will. I will share that I think we're talking about two different organizations, and let me provide some context. So the Hawk is not responsible for dispatching troublemen. They're not responsible for dispatching crews. That responsibility lies within electric dispatch and our control center operations. The Hawk's responsibility is providing situational awareness on what's happening in the environment, and then getting that information to the right groups of people so we can respond. So I will share with you that when we have a system with our public safety partners, when they have a need for our troublemen to respond, they have a dedicated phone number that they can call, and we guarantee response to that location within 60 minutes, regardless of the weather conditions. And that is something that we do monitor, and we do hold ourselves accountable for. We also have metrics for crew response. So when we're talking about how we're supporting the agency having jurisdiction, I think we need to keep in mind that that agency is responsible for the entire response, and we come in as an augmented provider based on their request for us. The public safety specialist will respond first and be in the hip pocket of the incident commander to ensure that we're prepared for any requests that they have. And then that public safety specialist will immediately reach out to our field level leaders, as well as the control center and electric dispatch, and help make sure the right resources are responding to the incident. And we do track all of that. So if that's really where your question was going, I hope what I just provided answers what you were looking for.
Thank you, Will, and thank you, Angie, for the dialogue. I just want to be mindful of time. We only have a few minutes left, and I want to make sure we are able to capture any lingering questions or comments from the public. So please, if you have any other questions, please raise your hand or go ahead and type it in the Q&A. I see Aaron Louie has his hand raised in the attendees list.
Yes, hi. So I just had a quick question for SDG&E. There's discussion about how your vegetation risk index will be supplanted by a predictive component that's going to be incorporated into the WING's operations model that's used to help reach a de-energization or not decision. I just was wondering, could SDG&E elaborate a little further upon when it plans on being able to implement this component into the WING's operations model? And then how is SDG&E adapting the vegetation risk model to be actually incorporated, since there was comparisons that comparing the VRI to PSPS event decision-making wouldn't yield meaningful outcomes?
Thanks, Aaron, for your question. We are looking to implement that at the end of this year, so it's something we're analyzing now. Like I mentioned earlier, with any updates to the model, there'll be sensitivity testing and making sure that there's value added for making those updates. So we're in the process of taking a look at that today. And did I answer your whole question there?
Yes, you did. But also, I guess one additional follow-up is there any portion of the vegetation risk index being used and or like sort of, I guess another word would be recycled into it, or is it going to be a completely standalone different component / index?
That's part of the process that we're looking at now, is doing that sensitivity testing to decide how we're going to adjust either the vegetation risk index or the new vegetation model itself.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Any other last questions? Last quick questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll move to close us out for today. I want to thank all the panelists and utility representatives from both yesterday and today. Thank you to all the members of the public and stakeholders who contributed to the discussion, and those of you that just joined to listen in. We appreciate everyone's time and attention and their ideas. The public process is important to energy safety. We welcome feedback you may have on the workshop, including its structure, topic, and timing. You can contact Nicole Dunlap, the supervisor in Electric Safety Policy Division, or me, Nathan Poon, with any feedback or suggestions you may have. In terms of next steps, Energy Safety will post the slides and recording links from both days of the workshop by early next week. Written and opening comments on the WMPs of PG&E, SCE, and SDG&E are due by May 26th, 2023. Reply comments are due June 5th. Please submit those comments to the docket. Energy Safety will be hosting a similar public workshop covering the small and multi-jurisdictional utilities and independent transmission operators in about a month. We will publish a save the date and agenda to the docket soon. With that, I'll conclude today's meeting. Thank you again to everybody for taking the time out of your week to join us. We very much appreciate your participation and engagement. Please enjoy your weekend.